We shall have a question and answer session. I hope all your PowerPoints are already uploaded over there. And we have a timekeeper here, so you'll be looking at that young man over there when you are following up. So if you are ready for the presentation, you can start. But I can't see your PowerPoint ready. Make sure that it's ready. Everybody should make sure that the PowerPoint is already uploaded with the IT people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. My name is Chelimo Phyllis. I'm a master's student who completed a master's in critical care nursing. And this is from my dissertation. And to start with, we set out to explore, to look at the healthcare providers, barriers and facilitators towards ventilator-associated pneumonia care bundle at Mulago National Referral Hospital. My supervisor was Mr. Valence Nyonsima. Next slide. So, ventilator-associated pneumonia is a life-threatening nosocomial infection that happens to mechanically ventilated patients, and globally it is estimated that 5 to 40% of those who are mechanically ventilated develop ventilator-associated pneumonia, and the mortality rate is quite high, and mostly the low and middle income countries are highly affected, and Uganda, being one of those, is one of those that has a high incidence, estimated to be about 38.3%. And this leads to a number of challenges: increased morbidity, mortality, prolonged mechanical ventilation, and many others. And over time, the Institute of Health Improvement developed a prevention strategy that has 5 components. And these components include head of bed elevation at between 30 to 45 degrees, oral care, sedation, interruption, and spontaneous breathing trials, then deep vein thrombosis prophylaxis and peptic ulcer prophylaxis. And high compliance to this care bundle has been linked to great prevention, whereby a study demonstrated that this could reduce the incidence from 28% to 10.1%. And there are also a number of factors that influence this compliance, and these are among the barriers and facilitators. Some of them include the staff numbers, supplies, and the leadership support to compliance to this. Next slide. When we look at studies, it says that a compliance of at least 95% is really required for a significant reduction of this pneumonia. And also, when we looked at the data from Mulago National Referral Adult ICU, for the month of April and May in the year 2023, it showed that out of the 63 patients that were admitted in the ICU, we had, our study went out to investigate the healthcare providers' compliance, looked at the facilitators, the barriers and facilitators, and this was guided by 3 objectives. One was to determine the healthcare providers' compliance. Secondly was to explore the barriers. to its implementation, and then we also went ahead to explore the facilitators. Next slide, please. So this study was done at Mlago National Referral at ICU, adult ICU, and we employed the explanatory sequential mixed methods design, whereby the objective one, that was determining the level of compliance, was done quantitatively, and the objectives 2 and 3 we did qualitatively. Then we included, for the quantitative, we included healthcare providers carrying moments for the mechanically ventilated patients, and also reviewed their records. Specifically on the records, we looked at the documentation of the DVT prophylaxis and the peptic ulcer prophylaxis drugs. And for the qualitative, we did interviews for the healthcare providers who were caring for these patients, who have been at least worked in the ICU for at least 6 months and above. So, next slide. We excluded for quantitatively those care that was provided to patients who were really very unstable, and those patients that had some contraindications to some or all of the components. And still, for those qualitative, we left out people who were caring for emergencies. And we had, for the quantitative, we did observations that, according to our calculation, we had set out to do 344, but during our observation, we had 375, and also interviewed 15 participants. In the quantitatively, the observations, we did consecutive observations, and we included in our observations all the care that was provided to these patients who were mechanically ventilated, and they met the inclusion criteria. And we used a checklist in our data collection for the observation and interview guide. Next, please. We did our analysis using descriptive statistics for the quantitative, and their qualitative were thematic analysis. We also obtained ethical approval. Next, please. So, in our findings, the compliance, the FAP care bundle, we found it that out of all the observations that we had, only 22 had all the 5 components complied to. Yes. Then we also, this compliance was mostly in the morning hours, out of all the observations during the morning shift. Next, please. So when looking at the barriers, we came up with 3 themes: providers, health facility, and then when looking at the health facility related barriers, palliative deployment of some staff, poor motivation, understaffing, shortage of resources, and negative attitude. Shortage of resources were among the main factors that came up, and individually, we looked at the negative attitude, poor communication, and then for the patient-related factors, things to do with multiple, next slide please, multiple injuries, unknown patients, and poor different response to the drugs that were provided to these patients. Next. And then the facilitators had basically two themes, where we had, for health facility related facilitators, there was supervision, leadership, and the rest as seen there. Next slide, and I think my time is up. Thank you. Can move to the next. Thank you so much. That is my conclusion, and it is noted that critical gap in ventilator-associated pneumonia care bundle compliance is still demanding, and then some facilitators, yes, exist, but you find that the barriers have outweighed the facilitators, and this really needs to be looked into. Thank you so much. I acknowledge the First Mile Scholarship, who in the next, please next. So that is my acknowledgement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Phyllis. I know time was, can you go back and have a seat? I know time is a bit tight. 10 minutes are not just easy to fit in whatever findings you have had. You just try to make sure that you can give us the major points. Maybe before the next presenter comes in, I wanted to make clear the people on the team. We have co-chairs here. It's called Dr. Janet. He's over here. We have Associate Professor Muloko here. And then on the other side, we have the repertoire. Those people will write a few things that are important that will arise. We have Mercy over there. And then we have Peace. Okay, thank you. Can we have the next presenter? Oh, myself, I'm Tusubira Deus. Let us have the next presenter. I hope the PowerPoints are ready. Can we have?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Jonan Tumesijire. I'll be presenting to us my research for public health. I have just finished my MPH, and this is my research. I was looking at prevalence and factors associated with virologic suppression among all individuals living with HIV in southwestern Uganda. Next, please. Yeah. Continue, please. Art has been scaled up. As for now, everyone has a chance to access art whenever they test positive, and this has increased life expectancy. And the benefits of art have also been realized in regions like sub-Saharan Africa. In the next few years, by 2040, the number of people living with HIV who are aged 50 and above are expected to triple to over 15 million in our region. Uganda has also not been left behind. When you look at the picture on the right, the section in red shows those who are already living with HIV and above 50 years, and the section in black shows those who are approaching. In the next 15 years, we will have the majority of people who are currently living with HIV above 50 years. And as people age and are on earth, they come across challenges that might affect their viral suppression. And these challenges include cognitive decline, comorbidities, persistent HIV stigma, depression, change in their income, and other factors. Yet in our region, there is little research about virologic suppression in older people living with HIV. And that's the gap this study aimed to try and bridge. We went out to determine the prevalence and factors associated with virologic suppression among older people living with HIV. Methods, we enrolled participants who are already in an ongoing cohort study, the quality of life and aging with HIV in rural Uganda, led by Dr. Stephen Asima, I saw him in the room, and Dr. Mark Sidina. We analyzed the cross-sectional study for 1 year, and this data was collected in 2022. Recruitment was done at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, ISS, and at Kabohe Medical Clinical Center, ISS clinics. We included people who were aged at least 50 years of age. They were on ART, and for at least, they were on ART for at least 3 years. And all people who were living with HIV enrolled in the mother study were all included in the analysis. All the participants that came, we picked blood and we measured plasma viral load using the Cepheid Expert PCR platform. We collected subjective data from the participants about their non-AIDS comorbidities. We assessed stigma using the 15-item perceived stigma scale. We looked at depression using the Hopkins system checklist. We assessed the alcohol consumption using the Audit C alcohol consumption questionnaire. We assessed their household wealth using the Film Appreciate Asset Index. And the trained research assistants, I saw them in the room. Thank you. They measured the height and weight, for which we used to measure or calculate the BMI of the participants. Our outcome of interest was virologic suppression, and we defined it as a viral load less than 200 copies per mil. Our main predictor was age, and all these are other covariates. We conducted a descriptive analysis to understand the characteristics of study participants. We estimated the crude prevalence of virologic suppression in this population. We compared the prevalence of viral load suppression in age category using the chi-square test. We also conducted a logistic regression to identify the correlates of virologic suppression. Our findings, we included 277 participants who were aged. Half of them were female with a mean age of 59, standard deviation of 6. About 56 were aged 50 to 59. And about 27, only 27% had greater than primary education as the highest level of education. About half of them were married or living with or cohabiting. The majority of our participants were on TLD as their current regimen at the time of the study visit, and they had a mean ART duration of 13 on ART. We found out that overall, the prevalence of virologic suppression was 86.6, and there was a difference in the prevalence of virologic suppression by age category. As you can see, those who were aged below 60 had a higher prevalence of virologic suppression as compared to those who were aged above 60, and this difference was statistically significant. The rest of participants' characteristics, we did not see any significant difference in the prevalence of virologic suppression. We looked at the factors using the logistic regression, and we found that participants aged above 60 had high chances of virologic suppression. And we also found out that higher stigma scores were associated with virologic failure. Those are the strengths of the study and the weaknesses. Our conclusion, we see that the overall prevalence of virologic suppression is below the target. And for us to, as a country, to achieve that target, we need to put this population into consideration. We also observed that as people age, the chances of virologic suppression increase. So as people get more older on earth, they will need more specific care for us not to lose the benefits of art. And we also see that stigma and age are the key factors of affecting virologic suppression in the older population. Those are our recommendations, and I acknowledge the NIH that funds the mother study, my supervisors, the team that work with us on the study, and the affiliations. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with the presentations, so please write down anything you have, because the question and answer session is going to come later on after all the presenters. This is to help us to catch up with the time, so you will bear with us. So we are going to have the next presenter, who is, let me just check here. Is this supposed to be Judith? Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Judith Okwaisa, presenting transfer of care from hospital setting to home-based care, informal caregivers experience. We all know that, as they are putting up, I think I can be talking because of time. Transfer of care when we are taking of older people who have chronic illnesses is challenging and very complex process. And in our setting, Uganda inclusive, especially in the low-income countries, we find that patients, they are transferred immediately. They settle from their acute illnesses, they transfer directly to home after hospital setting. After hospital setting. So our presentation outline will be introduction, objective, methods, discussion, and conclusion. As I was saying, after discharge, patients come from the hospital immediately and they go home. And most times, informal caregivers, which include family members and then neighbors and any other person in the relationship, are the ones who take up the care of these patients, especially the informal caregivers. So you find their experience in taking care of these people, because they are informal, they are not trained, and discharge has been acute and all of a sudden happening. It is challenging in its sense, and it impacts on the quality and the outcome of these patients. So we set out to look at their experience, how it is like to take care of a patient who has just gone home, especially older adults, and they are now the ones assuming the role of caring for these people who have just been discharged to home. We conducted interviews because this was a qualitative exploratory study involving a phenomenological approach that is looking at the individual experiences of these informal caregivers, and we interviewed caregivers of older adults who were diagnosed with hypertension or diabetes or both, and were recruited from internal medicine department. So we'd get the caregivers of those older adults, talk to them about the aim of the project. When they accept, we take the phone numbers and we follow them up at home. So interviews occurred from their homes after discharge, 7 days or 2 weeks after they have gone home. And we audio record majority of our participants. It cannot move. Majority of the participants were females aged 20. The study had ethical approval from MASTRAIC, the administration of Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, the patients themselves, and UNCST. Scroll for me, please. And the results, we interviewed 23 caregivers, and majority of them were females and aged 20 to 40 years. Most of them were cared for by the daughters and had spent 5 years caring for these people, the older adults. Some of the caregivers, majority had attended at least some form of level of education ranging from primary to tertiary level, and they, apart from taking care of these older adults from home, they had some form of business or they were doing some kind of work. So we came up with 3 themes. Scroll, please. And the themes were experience during hospitalization. How was it like when they were in the hospital? Then during the discharge process, and then they have gone home. So would they manage here you are to go home when they are not prepared? And when we come to post-discharge, another slide, please. Post-discharge care. Some were assisting in activities of daily living, which is very routine, even to the extreme that they were the ones to to take care of the issue of measuring and monitoring blood pressure, then the glucose levels, and the machines were challenging to them. And some had to do psychosocial and emotional support to these caregivers, counseling them, encouraging them. That results among caregivers. Influences their involvement and compliance to the discharge process. In turn, this affects the ability to deliver quality post-discharge care to the patient. And this calls for healthcare systems to put targeted effort and resources in the discharge process, home follow-ups, and also home-based care, impacting on the caregivers, especially the informal ones, since this is the norm even in our setting. This study had limitations because it was limited to the individual experiences, but at least we are able to know what patients the caregivers go through when they are taking care of these patients, and it still creates room for other building up on the transfer of care from the hospital back home, because no one knows what happens there, and these are some of the findings. Let's continue. I would like to acknowledge the funders, which is Muchi. I am a Muchi fellow. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to explore that virgin area of older adults when they are discharged from hospital. We normally don't know what happens, because this was also building up on my previous work, which was looking at planning for discharge, and we actually also found out some major constraints which can be worked upon, and these people enjoy the discharge process even as they transfer back home, since care continues even up to home. The participants, the research team, Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, the mentors Dr. Rukondo and Dr. Matthew Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think you have tried to keep a time, which is so good. We are not doing so well, but we are catching up. So we are going to have another accomplished researcher. That is Flavia Twine. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Deus. Good morning to us all. My name is Flavia Twine, and I work with research studies at Ambara University. And today I'm presenting to you results from one of the studies, which is called Epidemiology of Coronary Atherosclerosis among people living with HIV in Uganda. As we wait on him to project the slides, what is known already about coronary atherosclerosis disease, and please allow me shorten it, and we call it CAD moving forward. So our background, we know that HIV is a known risk factor for developing CAD in the global north, but there is little known in the global south, and particularly Uganda. And we also know that these traditional risk factors, which are known to increase the prevalence or severity of CAD, but these risk factors generally differ, and there is usually maybe dietary differences, behavior differences, and so we designed this study to be able, we designed this study to be able to address this knowledge gap. And so we designed this study to find out the prevalence and the severity of CAD in rural Uganda. And that's our main objective. It was a cross-sectional study carried out in 2 study sites. One was Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, ISS Clinic, under MAST, and the second was Kabohe Clinical Research Center in Shema District. We enrolled people in 2 arms, both HIV positive and HIV negative, and those who were HIV positive had been on ART for a minimum of 3 years, and their comparators were got within a radius of 20 kilometers from these catchment areas to be able to get people from the community and reduce the hospital-based selection bias of the comparator group. Yes, exclusion, we've excluded women who were pregnant. And for those who are below 60 years of age, we did a beta HCG test to be able to confirm whether they're pregnant or not. And then also those who reported a prior hysterectomy. Hysterectomy is the complete removal of the uterus, as well as those who had decreased renal function. And we determined this by those who had a glomerular filtration rate of less than 60 mils. Yes, we collected data using questionnaires to be able to determine the known cardiovascular risk factors, which include obesity, diabetes, smoking, family history, and the like. And we also conducted computerized, computed tomography scans to be able to know those who had calcified plaque and those who didn't have calcified plaque, because the presence of calcified plaque or non-calcified plaque is what indicates presence of coronary artery atherosclerosis disease. Our primary outcome was CAD, and it was defined by either presence or absence of calcified, it was determined by the presence of either calcified or non-calcified plaque. We describe all our characteristics by the HIV serostatus because it was our primary exposure, and we are able to determine the prevalence and the severity of CAD by the HIV serostatus. In our analysis, we fit univariable and multivariable regression models, and we also adjusted for the known cardiovascular risk factors to be able to determine the exact prevalence in both arms. Yes, that was our study flow diagram. We started with 660 participants who we reached out to, but for several reasons, some were excluded along the way, and we ended up with 586 participants. Some didn't do the contrast because that is how you're able to determine the coronary artery calcium scores. And then when you do the contrast, that helps you to be able to identify the non-calcified plaque. Our total cohort was 586 participants, and we had almost an equal representation in both arms, both HIV positive and negative, and we had almost 49% of women in both groups, with a mean age of 57 years, and approximately 50% had not completed primary education. Yes, so this is a spectrum of the coronary artery disease, and we see that in images A, B, and C, that is one participant. The image A, there was no contrast, so we don't see calcified plaque. And in B, that is after putting the contrast, and there is no non-calcified plaque. So in image C, that same image in B was reformatted for proper visualization of the non-calcified plaque. When we go to D and E, that is another participant who we see calcified plaque on D, and then after putting the contrast, we also see calcified plaque. When you go to F and G, now that is the third participant. F, there is no contrast and there is no calcified plaque. In G, there is a contrast administered, and we still see calcified plaque. Sorry. So the contrast still shows the non-calcified plaque. And in H, that is now the fourth participant, H and I. In H, where you see the red arrow, that is the calcified plaque. And even administering the contrast in I, we see both calcified and non-calcified plaque. Like I earlier said, we stratified our participant characteristics by the HIV serostatus, and we also adjusted for the known atherosclerotic cardiovascular risk factors. And we see that those who had a higher risk of having this card, that is 5+, were more in people without HIV compared to the HIV positive, and we also adjusted for hypertension, diabetes, and then, yes. Now we come to the breakdown of the calcified and non-calcified plaque, and we see that for only calcified plaque, we had more people with HIV because of the many inflammatory processes that happen in their bodies, so the coronary arteries are likely to be damaged, and there's so many deposits of calcium and maybe even other substances. So that is why they're at a higher risk of developing coronary atherosclerotic disease. And then partially calcified, more or less no difference in the two arms. And yes, and we also adjusted for stenosis. Stenosis is the abnormal narrowing of the blood vessels or other tubular organs in the body. Yes, in our total cohort, on the y-axis, there is a prevalence of CAD, and down we see the 10-year atherosclerotic cardiovascular risk percentage. And we see that there is generally a higher risk in people living with HIV compared to those without HIV. Looking at the data in the Global North and Uganda, we still see that people in the Global North have an increased risk of developing CAD compared to us in Uganda. Uganda is I don't know if it's orange, the last bar on each of the sections. Yes, and when we fit our multivariable regression models, we discovered that amidst all the other factors of family history, genetics, and the like, still age stood out. Every 10% increase in age, someone had a higher chance of developing CAD, as well as in males, because we know that for females who are below, who are still in their reproductive age, estrogen helps protect them from atherosclerosis. So that's why we see that there is increased CAD in men compared to women, and also living with HIV was associated. In our conclusion, we see low rates of CAD in people with HIV, but our findings reduce our suspicion that CAD is actually a major comorbidity in people with HIV in Uganda, but further work needs to be done. Yes, those are the authors. Our study was the main PI is Dr. Mark, who is based in Boston, and our site PI is Dr. Stephen Asimwe, who also doubles as the program director for GHC. And we thank our participants, the amazing CAD study team, co-authors, Mbara University, our mother, and finally NIH, which made this possible with their funds. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, presenters. You could come up, take your seats there, and then a few questions be given to you, and then you answer.
You wanted to finish. Sorry, I think we made some small mistake because we want to finish very fast. We don't have enough time. So we shall have all the presentations. We are remaining with, I think, 4 presentations. So you can have the next presenter, who is, let me just have a read. So forgive us. I think the next presenter should be Talemwa. Is Talemwa around? I want just to confirm whether these ones are around. If they are not around, then we can go to question and answer sessions. We are supposed to be having one, Talemwa P, not around. Then what about, who is the next one? Ashaba, Ashaba scholar. Then Abraham Muhwezi, and then Omara Sadrak. So let me see. We have Omara Sadrak, that's good. Then Abraham Muhwezi, absent, yeah, is here. Okay, we can. The only challenge is that now we may not finish on time. We're already behind, and these people are supposed to present before 10. That's the challenge. Probably we can have the one who is present. How would? Yeah, we can have those ones who are present, so that we can catch up with time. Thank you. Maybe Muhwezi, is it Muhwezi? Is your, and then Shadrach is there, and then Abraham, Ashaba is not around, Talema is not around. Okay, Shadrach, is your,
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present our study findings. And as he shares, I think I'll just dive into it. So we did a study, and we were looking at hospital prevalence, phenotypic diversity, and potential antimicrobial activity of hospital streptomyces. Next slide, please. And my supervisor were Mr. Kennedy Kasaza, Mr. Mpire Lucas, and Professor Joel Bazira. Okay, yes. So before I begin, I would love to define a few terms in context to this study. One, when we talk about streptomyces in this study, we are referring to gram-positive filamentous rods, which are catalase positive, and they are able to hydrolyze starch. When you talk about secondary metabolites, these are natural organic compounds which are released by these bacteria to allow them survive in the habitat where they live. They are known to live in soil, water, where they share habitat with fungi and other bacteria. So for them to survive, they release bioactive compounds, which was our interest. And then potential antimicrobial activity, we're looking at ability of these compounds to, one, either inhibit or to kill other organisms. And then hospital effluents, we're looking at liquid waste, which is in contact with our waste. So we picked interest in these streptomyces. One, they were discovered by a gentleman called Selman Waxman. That was in the year 1943. So they are not a new thing. And this is their picture on gram, and this is their micrograph. Something interesting about them, which is known by literature, is that the first effective drug against TB, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, was actually streptomycin, which was developed from this group of bacteria. We also have nystatin, which is antifungal, developed from this bacteria. We also have salomycin, which works against protozoan parasite, like the Toxoplasma gondii. We also have other activities. So about 80% of the antibiotics that we are currently using are actually developed from streptomyces sources. Now, however, over time, as we know, due to misuse and overuse of these antibiotics, AMR results. Now, this AMR is not just Mbarara problem, it's not just Ugandan problem, not just an African problem. We are talking about a global threat. In fact, sometimes we call it a silent pandemic. Now, in our problem statement, we notice that there is a rise in AMR burden to a magnitude of 73%. This was due to a literature review within Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. Now, what that means is that we have few antibiotics options available, and therefore, this could cause a threat to our patient management, leaving us with very few options. Now, streptomyces give us a possible solution to the challenge at hand. However, in the context of Mbarara, in the context of the Ugandan soil, little is known about their antimicrobial activity, especially from the Ugandan soil. Therefore, our study set out to identify the prevalence of these streptomyces, their diversity, and their potential antimicrobial activity. So our general objective was to look at prevalence, diversity, and then antimicrobial activity of these organisms. The first objective was to look at prevalence, how much of these streptomyces are actually available in our Ugandan soil. Two, and how many of them are actually giving us a promise of potential antimicrobial activity. And then we also wanted to know, is it a particular streptomyces or there are actually diversity of them? We thought this could be important, one, to help us know the antimicrobial activity of these secondary metabolites. And then two, we thought this could help us to support formulations of possibly new and novel antibiotics. So the study design was quasi-experimental, and it was nested to the MAST PEST project, and we did it in Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, MAST Microbiology Lab. Now, in our experiment, we collected soil, which is believed to be contaminated by hospital waste. And the thinking was simple. If these streptomyces can survive in soil which is contaminated with hospital waste, which we know is exposed to chemicals and all this, it means that this bacteria is able to survive. And probably it could release some of these anti-metabolites. So being an experiment, we collected only 20 samples. We obtained ethical approval from Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, FRC, and then that was our REC approval number. Now, in the study protocol, we went out and collected 10 grams of the soil sample. We took this in the lab and dried it for 5 days, 5 to 7 days. And after drying, we crushed the soil samples. Out of the 10, we obtained only 1 gram of the soil sample. We made 10-fold dilutions in double distilled water. Of course, we expect in soil many organisms to be available. So for us to identify our interest, we need to do serial dilution. Now, streptomyces, like we said, share the same habitat with other organisms. So we added amphotericin B to make our media more selective. We also added ciprofloxacin to enhance the growth of only streptomyces and inhibit others. These were purified on starch casein agar for 5 days at 37 degrees Celsius. So after obtaining a pure culture, to answer our objective 3, we looked at the phenotypic characterization. This involved texture, margin, elevation, and carrying out other gram tests. Now, from these pure streptomyces, we wanted to follow now which one of them have activity. So we did what we call primary screening. We get our streptomyces and streak it together with standard organisms which are known to be causing UTI. Interest was on E. coli, Klebsiella, Pseudomonas, and Staphylococcus aureus. Now, only those that showed promising results were taken further by fermenting them on soy M broth. And those that showed activity, we extracted the secondary metabolites by exposing them to ethyl acetate, 95%. At that concentration, it is volatile. So when you expose them to fan, you're able to come up with pure products, which is in powder form. And it is those products that now we performed secondary screening to find out the activity. Now, our interest was anything that shows us a zone of inhibition greater than 6 millimeter, we reported it as a potential activity. Okay? So the data was put into Excel and then transferred into Stata. So to obtain results for the first objective, which was prevalence, we reported proportion and 95% confidence interval. For objective 2, we reported the mean zone of inhibition of these secondary metabolites. And then finally, for the third objective on diversity, we simply looked at the colony characteristics, biochemical reactions, utilization of sugars, and summarized them in tables. What did we find out? For objective 1, out of the 20 soil samples, we actually isolated 143 bacterial isolates. But out of that, only 47% of them were streptomyces. Okay, then for 2, objective 2, we found out that out of these 68, 29.48% of them actually had potential antimicrobial activity. Now something caught our attention. When we compared the mean zone of inhibition between Staph aureus and the gram-negative, we found out that there was a significant difference which was greater for gram-negative compared to gram-positive. This could suggest that we are dealing with a narrow-spectrum antibiotic, most likely against gram-negative organisms. So for objective 3, which was diversity, we found different shades of bacteria, of streptomyces. Others were cream, yellow, white, and they had different texture, ranging from mucoid to creamy. 50% of them were able to break down glucose, 44.5% of them broke down fructose and lactose, respectively. Okay? And yes, so in terms of discussion, we report a high prevalence of these streptomyces, up to 47. Now, what this means is that our own soil within Uganda, within Bara, is actually abundant in these streptomyces. Okay? Then 2, actually these streptomyces have a potential activity, and this suggests that they could be candidate drug, specifically for narrow-spectrum antibiotic. And yes, it's not just one streptomyces, it's a diversity of them, basing on their colony characteristics, what you call phenotypic characterization. So there's a high prevalence of these streptomyces, and they have activity to identify specific species of these streptomyces. I would love to acknowledge MASPACE project, Multa, Uganda Virus Research Institute, and then MR University of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadrach. 2 of the presenters are not around. Let me find out. Do we have Talemwa?
Thank you, Dr. Deus, for leading this session. Let the presenters come forward, please, and take your seats. Thank you. I thought they told. Should they sit here? The organizers. Is it okay? Okay.
Now, we are almost 10, and this session is supposed to end at 10, but I think we can continue until the other people come in. Okay, that's the major thing. Posters.
Okay, thank you. For the audience, please, I think you've been taking notes on different presentations for these presenters. You can ask any, and then we shall give them time to answer the questions accordingly. But as you know, we are behind the time, so we need to be the question should be as short as much as possible so that we don't take a lot of time. Thank you. Where?
Can we go ahead and ask?
Please.
Yeah, excellent presentations. Mine goes to Mr. Omara. it should be activity of streptomyces in hospital effluent. I think you had it the other way around. But my question to you is, how do you determine the denominator, and do you think it really captures for you what can give you the prevalence? Because you just based on the number of isolates. Suppose they didn't grow, so I just want you to comment about your denominator. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Yes.
Thank you so much, presenters. Mine goes to Omala. Omala, you went out and did the study, but on your presentation, I saw you used pictures for the internet. Why didn't you use your own pictures where you're sampling the soil? 2, I see most of the organisms, the species, they were not written scientifically. So you need to change. Every time you're presenting them, they must be written very well. Otherwise, thanks a lot.
Thank you to all of the presenters. This is a question for Mr. Jonan. Thank you so much for that work. I know in other studies of people with HIV in younger populations, we often see the opposite of what you found, in that people who are a bit older and trending away from adolescence have better viral suppression. And so your result is very interesting, and would love for you to comment on your hypothesis as to why these older people over the age of 60 are at a higher risk for viral non-suppression. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have the last one, then we take 4, then we continue answering.
Thank you to all the presenters. Mine goes to Judith. Judith Okaisa. Your study comes out with a very important information on how the health services take care of these old people and the discharge process and the like. What is your recommendation to the hospital? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's first take those few questions. Mr. Cedric, can you please respond?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I'll respond to the first one from Dr. Stephen, and I will take that as a compliment. So we're going to consider rephrasing the general objective so that it's much clearer, looking at the activity of these streptomyces. And then the second one was on the denominator. Yes, it's a good question right there, assuming these bacteria did not grow. How are we going to come up with the prevalence? So in our work, we wanted to find out whether this bacteria is actually present, because literature shows that they are present in other environments, especially from studies done elsewhere. Egypt, there was a study done in Egypt which used the same criteria. Another one was done in Iran, and these were actually done from different environments. The one in Egypt was done on rocky soil, and then the one in Iran was actually done in water. So we wanted to just find out if even within our hospital flames, we can be able to find out the presence of these streptomyces. And then the second question, I will also take it as a compliment to add and use our own pictures. Yes, we have pictures, beautiful culture plates showing the zones of inhibition of these streptomyces. We're going to include this. And then also finally, yes, I'm well aware that when we are citing the names of the bacteria, the organisms, they should be italicized. And again, I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Give it to Judith. I think you have a question.
Thank you, Professor Jerome. Actually, our work was a series of kind of work. We first did one last year, which was published, looking at planning for discharge of older adults with hypertension or diabetes among healthcare workers, a case of Mbara Regional Referral Hospital. And actually, the findings support what we have presented today, now on the side of the caregivers' perspective, the informal caregivers. And what came out from the planning on the healthcare providers' perspective was they also don't know how to discharge these patients. They just depend on the discharge form is the kind of formal paper they give, and the information that is given to them is based on individual kind of experience and the knowledge they have. So it is really a gap between the healthcare providers now to the informal caregivers' perspective, and which calls for the healthcare systems in Uganda now to the hospital where we did the study. They incorporate and we see how to design a program that is uniform on how to handle the geriatric kind of patients when they are going home. We have seen caregivers are very important because they are handed over care to these patients when they go home to the informal caregivers. So during discharge, they need also to be involved in the process so that they also know, what am I supposed to do? Am I ready to take up this role? Because to some of them would even tell us that the caregiver who was with the patient in the hospital is not the one who will continue back home. So even if you educate the one and teach the one in the hospital, post-discharge, it is a different story. And now we are yet to finish up writing another manuscript, which is now on the patient's perspective to do with post-hospital care, to see what for them, how they find it on their side. Then we see how to design a way how we can have formalized kind of discharge.
Thank you. Jonan, please respond.
Thank you, Suzanne, for your question. Yeah, indeed, we found out that the very old have higher chances of virologic failure. And one of the things we are hypothesizing or we are thinking about that could have an association with this is either they think we have lived enough. Probably why bother with a daily pill? And that effect on their virologic suppression. For instance, cognitive decline. As people age, their cognitive decline, and that decline can end up affecting their adherence, their ability to take their medication, and if they don't have social support, at the end it can affect their virologic suppression rates. And all these put up beautiful opportunities for further research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Donan. Let's clap for them. Maybe let's have another round of questions and then we see how it goes.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Phyllis. I would wish to know how you defined stability of patients in ICU, as you earlier said that you excluded those that were unstable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations. My question is for Flavia. I think your content area on cardiovascular disease is so important, particularly in a setting like Uganda. And I'm wondering if you can talk about other studies or other projects that are ongoing to help establish standards for interpreting coronary artery disease, hypertension, that sort of thing, as most of the guidelines are based on data from other places. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Any other question? Okay.
Thank you so much. Mine goes to Phyllis. Phyllis reported new findings that non-compliance is high in the evening, And you also indicated like poor, like, what did you call it? Like getting these people into like some places as a punishment. So what is the difference, like what is wrong with the evening? Is there like, are all those rotations done in the evening as a punitive for rotating them? Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your presentations. My question goes to Judith. You looked at the caregivers and what their challenges were in transitioning from hospital to home. Did you look at what the health workers' perceptions were and how they could impact what the caregivers get to know and in the process of discharge, how they do the discharge process, maybe to involve the caregivers in that whole process? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other question, please? If there isn't, please could you respond to the questions you've been asked? There is Judith, there is Phyllis, and Flavia.
Thank you so much for that question. As I was responding to Professor Jerome's question, I elaborated that we first did the healthcare workers' perception, looking at how the barriers and facilitators using the COMBI framework or model to look at how the planning for discharge is among older adults with hypertension and or diabetes. So their findings, they really support on one side some of the findings from the informal caregivers' perspective. Because even them, they were saying, to them, some of the barriers is they don't know how to discharge, uniform discharge. They base on their experience and knowledge, and then from the seniors on the ward. Because the participants involved both the seniors and then the juniors and the interns, the nurses, physiotherapists, everybody who discharges those older adults. And then it was also like wards, the work overload. They would wish to do the right thing, those who know, but the patients are too many, congestions on the warding. And also given the extreme that they even don't have space where they could really counsel and talk to these patients very well on what to do next. And then they also had a challenge of patients running away or discharge against medical advice. A conclusion to see how we get funds and we design now an intervention on proper discharge of geriatric patients, especially in our settings where we have limited resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jessica. Yes, to answer your question, I know that a study that has conducted CT scans among the community members has been the first of its kind in Africa. But however, there is a similar study that was done and included Uganda. It's called the Reprieve study, and it was looking at the mild adverse events. Maybe I can give you the detail after here. I would need to be so sure of the statistics. But also it was discovered that the prevalence was low of these mild adverse events. But possibly there was a limitation that maybe they didn't have enough diagnostic measures or they had some other challenges, so that study also had limitations. But the study that has conducted CT scans for community members or people who come in ambulatory care like the HIV positives, CAD study was the first in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have two questions. One is, how did I determine the instability of patients? So these were patients who, with any slight change of position, caused a lot of deterioration in their vital observation. So those patients were excluded. Then question 2, which has, I think, 2 questions, was talking about the punitive deployment of staff in the ICU. One very important thing that was highlighted, this was in the qualitative. Participants stated that there are times they find some of the staff who either have misbehaved according to what they said in other units, and they pick them to take them to ICU, because ICU having a lot of work is kind of a punishment to them. And secondly was that there are those staff whom they think are not complying maybe to the following their duties, and ICU being a unit where there are always the management in the unit, they take them there so that they have close supervision. But what they said is that by the time the supervisors discovered that this was not in goodwill, they have been there. Sometimes they find some of them crying, but they couldn't tell. So, and almost everyone highlighted this and this really affects their work. And so, in their recommendation, they're saying there are people who are interested. There are people who are willing to work in ICU. The best would be to choose those and maybe find other ways of dealing with that. Then when it came to evening, it's actually evening and night shifts, but I highlighted evening here. They said in the morning shifts, the staff numbers are a bit up. They have students, they have volunteers, even almost everyone in the team is present in the morning shift. You find that in other shifts, like in the evening and night, you hardly find the intensivists who are very few in the ground. So those were really some of the things that led to poor compliance in the evening. So they would say if you have like 14 patients, you have 4, and mostly they are nurses in that shift. You can find yourself dividing these patients, maybe 3, 4 of them per person. And yet this, in ideal, would really need at least 1 or 2 nurses per bed. So that was really a big challenge to them. So thank you so much. I think that's what I can say about.
Okay, thank you. I have a question to each of you. To Phyllis, maybe you would want to know, did the interprofessional collaboration play a role in enhancing compliance to VAP care bundle? Or you are just looking at a particular group of people? Is there an interprofessional management using that bundle? And then to Jonan, what policy changes could help improve adherence and access to health care and these older adults in southwestern Uganda? And then to Judith, you've already answered the questions I had here, but one particular one is, did cultural beliefs and practices influenced how caregivers approach their roles? Because I didn't hear it coming out. And probably for Flavia, were there any limitations in the study that could have affected your study findings? Okay, probably you could respond to those, and then, because we are yet to go and see the poster presentations, as we said, we are behind schedule. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. You have asked me if there is interprofessional collaboration in the utilization of this care bundle. Yes, when you look at the components of the care bundle, it has a number of professionals who are supposed to be part of the implementation. When you look at it, it has things like drugs that have to be prescribed by the doctors according to our act, and then the implementation of some of these are the nurses. And so one thing that I was looking at was I had to review the different roles, like for the prescription of these drugs. I had to look at the records. Were they prescribed according to the doctor's notes? Then have they been administered by the people who are supposed to? So I can say yes, there is that collaboration. Thank you.
Maybe you need to put it in your future manuscript writing so that it comes out well.
Thank you. My question is about which policy change that we can put in place to help the older individuals to have support in the HIV care. What I propose is when you go to the ISS clinic, the adult individuals living with HIV, 18 and above, they all go through the same flow, they are attended by the same clinician, and I believe that if we incorporate geriatric care in the HIV, have specialized clinicians in geriatrics to attend to the very old, have specialized clinics for the very old, it will improve, probably it will improve their support, adherence, and at the end, have their biologic suppression improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Ravi.
Thank you, Dr. Janet. I would say that the major limitation we had is that we conducted a study in a symptomatic population. In other words, people who didn't come presenting with the complaints that are suggestive of CAD. And so maybe if someone carried out the same study in people who came to hospital with symptoms, possibly you'd find out a better or a different percentage of the prevalence and maybe the severity. But also we know that the dietary patterns play a major role because we see that CAD is about calcification and non-calcification plaque. And so possibly because we carried out our study in an older population and people who are majorly more rural or rural-urban, and because our dietary patterns have changed in the urban setting, people are eating pizza every day, chicken and the like. So possibly if you carried out a study in an entirely urban population, you're likely to find out a different prevalence rate compared to our results. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If there isn't any other question, thank you so much, presenters, for giving us insights in your studies, which are very beautiful for the public health and for the human being. Sadrak, yours was a bit difficult for me. Let's appreciate them, and then they take back their seats as we go for poster presentations. Because it's already 10:30, then we should be going to poster presentations. I think, is it room 4? It's room 4. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. After the poster session, those who have the program, you know we are supposed to have a plenary in this very room. Yeah, so you will have to come back here for the plenary. That's the big things. Then check your program after the plenary, then lunch time, then there's an afternoon session. So thank you for being so cooperative. You can now free to go and to the poster session in room 4.
Of Science and Technology. Now all of you belong there, eh? Let's welcome our sponsors from AMALC Project by Dr. Chans Mwanda. Antimicrobial resistance stewards. These are the people we are celebrating. Let's welcome our Vice Chancellor. Before we start the event, Madam Vice Chancellor. while I was chatting with your guests. One of them is like, I'm excited, it's a woman. Finally, the panel balances. And then that is none other than Dr. Naker from University of California, San Francisco. Please come and have a handshake before we start. Dr. Naker, this gender balance thing, I beg. She was our partner all the way from 2006 and 4, okay. Yes. Working with Dr. David Bansberg all the way up to now. Yes. Congratulations, she says, on behalf of University of California, San Francisco. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rise for the anthems. Thank you. Let's invite Reverend Morokore to give us an opening prayer, wherever he is.
Let's pray. We thank you, Lord, for this morning and for the gift of life, that we are breathing and we are well. And as we gather as different bodies to discuss the essential cause of research, we pray that your presence will be with us. Lord, we pray that you sharpen all the talks and all the ears and all the hearts, that we may benefit from this and keep us healthy. We also pray for every food and drink we'll have in this place, that you'll abide with us as we share it. In the name of the Lord we pray. Amen.
Let's take our seats. The chief guest, Dr. James Musinguzi, a master alumna from the Faculty of Science. Our keynote speaker one, Dr. Cosmas Muchirize from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Our keynote speaker two, Professor Jessica Hebarara Agaba. Our other keynote speaker from Sweden, but under holy care, Professor Aman Roser. I'll just pronounce it in Uganda. The chairperson in absentia of the conference, Associate Professor Joel Bazira, and the director of the graduate school. Here present, Associate Professor Vincent Batwala. Our partners, students, staff, and collaborators, I welcome you to the 19th Annual Research Dissemination Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 19th conference, but one of the biggest and well attended. Please clap for yourselves. Madam Vice Chancellor, allow me at this moment to invite the organizer of this event, Associate Professor Vincent Batwala, and all the organizing team as he gives his speech to stand by him. But before that, allow me to recognize our sponsors, Madam Vice Chancellor. These have supported us in organizing this event. In no specific order, we do have Centenary Bank, we do have Boston University, Holy Care, University of California, San Francisco, Talc, TRAC, Glale, Boston Medical School, Epicenter Global Health Collaborative, Massachusetts General Hospital, Muyambi Events, and the government of Uganda. At this moment, Madam Vice Chancellor and our chief guest, allow me to invite Professor Batwala to come and address us. The organizing team, please, you can come and take the stage just below there. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Our distinguished chief guest, esteemed keynote speakers, the University Council members here present, our Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, Senate members here present, our University Secretary, members of the University top management, our Academic Registrar, the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training Board, the external funders and collaborators, Holy Care Consortium, comprising of 14 institutions and in 9 countries, the visiting academicians from sister universities, the alumni, that includes our chief guest today. Dear students, the esteemed members of staff, the clergy and local leadership, ladies and gentlemen, I take the honor to welcome you again to this annual Research Dissemination Conference. The theme for today is, as you've seen it on the screen. In a special way, I want to welcome Madam Vice Chancellor to this is your maiden annual Research Dissemination Conference in this university. This conference is held every third Friday of November. That is what Senate directed, and it will go on and on. I would like to thank the Uganda government for supporting this university since it started. The University Council and top management have been exceptional in guiding the board, which in turn has guided the directorate in execution of its duties. Every year, we hold the PhD Symposium as a pre-conference event. Even yesterday, we held one at the main campus in Chumro. The symposium was attended by students, experts, and professors from sister universities. The students presented their research and they got excellent feedback from the audience. Again, on Wednesday 13th, we held the second supervisors and mentors workshop. We exchanged our experiences, and the presence of students added another flavor to the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, research dissemination is about the journey to learn how to do the same thing again. We disseminate to benefit those people who consume research outcomes, but also as academicians, we know we need the publications for our career growth. And that's why the university has maintained the tradition to grow this conference for 19 years now without a break, including the difficult time of COVID-19. The university has worked with the partners in this house for many years. And in addition to the partners providing funds, they come every time we hold this conference. Members, we give the partners a special applause. The donor-funded project portfolio now at Master Grant's office stands at 94 projects. All these projects are supported by the partners in this house. These projects have contributed, majority of the publication is going to be presented in this conference. Last financial year, 30 research teams received 598,900,000 internal research funds. These are funds from the consolidated fund, that is from government. And some of the research being presented here is from those funds. May I request the team's members in this house who have ever received internal research funds to stand up. All team members who have ever received internal research funds, stand up. That is a great achievement. Madam Vice Chancellor, the chief guest and the keynote speakers, the challenge we face now is that internal research funds are cut every quarter. Every quarter, the money is reduced. And I was talking to the planner just this morning, and he's telling me again there's a cut. The 20 million shillings received by each team is not enough to go beyond the baseline data collection. We kindly request you and the chief guest and the keynote speaker to engage government to give us more money. These researchers you see here are ready to deliver, but the money is not enough. Now you listen to this. The 20th annual conference shall be held on the 3rd Friday of November next year. That is the 21st of November. You block that day, we shall be here.
Then the 10th PhD Symposium on 20th, Thursday, and the workshop for supervisors and mentors on Wednesday, 19th. Once again, I welcome you all and thank each one of us that have supported us to come here and to organize this conference. Succeed we must. Members, the team here has done a great job in organizing this conference. Maybe I give each one a microphone, tell us your name and the unit.
Professor Jerome Kawachenga, Faculty of Medicine.
Wilfred Arbaku, Faculty of Medicine.
Miriam Tujiramasco, DRGT.
Dr. Kule from Faculty of Business and Marine Sciences.
Dr. Richard Kimera from the Faculty of Computing and Informatics.
Annette Kembabazi, Global Health Collaborative.
Dr. Tebembile Jenina, Faculty of Science.
Ninyo Olivia Sheila, Vice Chancellor's Department.
Peter Bambanza, ICT Services.
Owen Muhanji, ICT Services.
John Emenyu, Faculty of Science.
Mary Namuksa, Global Health Collaborative.
Dr. Prudence Kemijsha, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies.
Members, you remain here the whole day. We shall announce the winners of the internal research funds at the end of the day. Thank you.
A round of applause for our chair of this session, Chief Guest and Madam Vice Chancellor. Allow me now welcome Professor Aman Orusum from Holy Care. He is an associate professor of nanobiotechnology and Madam Vice Chancellor and our chief guest. He has done clinical diagnostics in one of the fastest developing area of microfluid core application. And he is none other than the professor next to you. Come and give us your talk. I'll invite, since his presentation is there, we reserved seats here for our guests to come and sit this side. Immediately, you can take back the seats. Before he speaks as he's organizing, may the team from Holy Care Consortium please raise up for recognition. Holy Care. Yes. It's such a big team that has traveled all the way, and these are so much intrigued with when it comes to research. Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Juliet Mwanga, for coordinating this. We appreciate that. It brings diversity to our dissemination conference.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here with you today, and thank you for the kind invitation to be here. My name is Aman Rusom, professor from KTH, Royal Institute of Technology, Stockholm, Sweden, and I have the honor of being the coordinator of Holy Care Consortium, where a number of us are here, and my talk is going to be giving me a little bit of introduction about microfluidics, and this is then for point-of-care diagnostics with focus on resource-limiting settings. I live in Sweden, and we're almost there. Did I say I come from the Royal Institute of Technology? Technology is our strength point. Maybe you can help. All right, so I have my own technician with me over there who's going to help me with the slides. So whenever I say next, be my guest. So please go ahead. I will give you a brief introduction about Holy Care and then microfluidics lab on a chip. The project we're doing at resource limiting settings. If I have time, I will give you a brief one project, potentially two, but probably only one. If you go ahead. So as you can see, I come from Sweden. You guys might be confused, but I was born in Asmara, Eritrea, moved to Sweden as a child, and then I did my education there, my PhD, and have done postdoc at Harvard Medical School. So before I came to Uganda, I used to be a distant cousin. Now I feel like I'm a brother from another mother. I've been very well received here. And really what we do is we try to combine knowledge from different fields and disciplines and try to catalyze scientific discovery and foster innovation. Our focus is on microfluidics, and this is, we use merging advanced technologies in micro nanotechnologies with biology to develop and try to solve clinically questions. So if you go to the next, I have a special interest in point of care at resource limiting settings. We have a number of applications. Next. So I'm highlighting the micro nanotechnology as this is highlighted as a key enabling technology by the EU. And this conference's theme today is Embracing Translational Research for Sustainable and Transformation Technology Development. So it goes very hand in hand in what we are talking about here when we talk about enabling technologies and trying to have a research for sustainable and transformation technology development here. It fits very well. I'm from KTH. This is where the map of Stockholm is. Next. This is where I'm sitting, and if you do not know, we will tell you where it is with the next slide. Because that's where you will be sitting when you get your Nobel Prize. So Stockholm is the place to be if you are intended to have Nobel Prize dinner, and I hope you will be inviting us. Next. And SciLife Lab is really an elite research groups, about 200 elite research groups, 1,500. And the center is focused on biology, high throughput biology. So really, this is a very unique possibility to do research in an interdisciplinary field. Next. So let me introduce you to the Holy Care project with a background. First and next. So this is a picture I'm showing about antimicrobial resistance. This is a review that came 2014. What it really highlights is that by 2050, AMR going to be the response for more mortality than compared to cancer, for instance. So it's a growing global challenge, and this is something that is not only limited to here, but globally, a lot of discussion is ongoing when it comes to AMR. And when you look at this one, this is what has been reported to WHO between 2001 and 2013. Infection is the leading, and you can also see it's highly concentrated around sub-Saharan Africa. So if you go forward, here what we're looking at is a burden from 2019 to 2020. Let me see, 1990 to 2019. And as you can see, high burden is diarrhea and lower tract infections. Sorry to bother you, you're going to be helping me to go forward faster. This is a really of great concern when it comes to lower tract infections. And this is the focus of the consortium Holy Care. Next. So we're focusing on lower tract infection because it's the main leading cause of death for children under 5 and the 5th leading cause for adults. Yes. And the consortium as such, it's 14 partners where we are having 4 sub-Saharan African partners, 2 groups from Uganda. We have one from Makerere, one from Must, and then we have one from Senegal and one group from Ahri in Ethiopia. The representative of those 2 countries are also sitting here. I would like to invite you to interact with them as well. If you go one more step. So the way we approach it is we have a 4-pillar approach to it. On one hand, people like me, who are very much technology focused, will develop advanced technologies. But what makes this very unique is that we have 3 other additional pillars that really are focused on uptake and capacity building in sub-Saharan Africa. And one of that pillar is pillar D, which deals with human capacity building in Africa. If you take the next slide, one more, I would encourage all students that are here today to really take advantage of this platform. By registering, not only you will be able to have future free lectures, but you can also access what we've been giving in terms of webinars and education in the past. So I really encourage you to take the opportunity to register. And if you do that, some of my partners who are sitting here will be super, super happy as well. That was the advertisement. Next. So what is microfluidics in lab on a chip? One more. Would anyone know what this picture is representing? Anyone? Thank you. This is the first computer. And if you show the next one, this was developed in 1953. And if we fast forward 50 years later, we have smartphones that outperform this by trillions times. What I'm showing here is that this is a sequencing machine that you can have in your own hand. It's as big as a USB memory card. All this technology has been inspired by development in the ICT technology. So in biology, we talk about applications, but the core of this comes from the ICT technology. This is what microelectronics has brought about. So in my field, we talk about lab on a chip. It's a concept, but imagine if you take the entire lab, including the people that are working, shrink them into a credit card size, and then you put in a sample, an answer would magically come out. This is the concept of a lab on a chip. So as I told you, the core behind it is in the way to manufacture, but the application in our field is a concept where you can shrink the lab into a credit card size, and then you put in your sample, answer will come out magically. This has a number of advantages, but then there is also a lot of challenges that our field has been working on for the past 2 or 3 decades. And when you talk about applications, one of it is point-of-care diagnostics. So in a nutshell, point-of-care diagnostics is a test that could be done by anyone, anywhere, at any time. Ideally, it has to be close to the patient. So this is what a point-of-care is. An example of a point-of-care pregnancy test. The end user use it, 2 lines, you're pregnant, 1 line, you're not, as an example. Next. But if you look into the laboratories we do today, there are a number of things you need to do in order to identify the causative agent. That includes, you take a sample, transport it, separation, mixing, incubation. So a number of batches of analysis being done today. And those are highly centralized equipment, which limits the applicability at resource limiting settings. So if you look at what the barriers facing, it could be everything from collection, next, transportation, even within the same country, dry season and rain season would change. Next, analysis would take weeks, and then the result might come back weeks to months later. And then this problem will not help the patient of interest. When you talk about resource limiting settings, we have this characteristics of an ideal test. It should meet what that what you can read here is called assured. And very recently, this was updated to reassured based on some more insights. Reassured basically would mean that you also account for latest development in real-time connectivity, and then how you do your sample collection matters as well. So in the point of care diagnosis, what I'm showing here is in a hospital setting, we have it's like a pyramid. You have the primary care, you have the secondary care, tertiary care. And the higher up in the hierarchy you come, the more functionality you have, the more things you can do. The lower you are in the system, the less functionality you have. So if you press a couple of buttons, yes, 2 more. So in the microfluidics, what we are trying to do is we do miniaturization of the test itself and then try to complement what we do not have in the primary care by taking the tests that have traditionally been done in the tertiary care down to primary care. Because the majority of us coming for the first time would meet the doctors at the primary care settings. So this is really the context of point of care diagnostics. So if you move forward, in my lab, what we are doing is we try to employ microfluidics to solve clinically defined clinical needs. So we do fundamental microfluidics, which means how does flow in our blood veins, for instance? How do trees suck up all the nutrients and water from the roots upwards? Everything happens with capillary forces, etc. There is a lot of dynamics in that. If you go forward, and then we try to apply it into clinical settings. We have a number of ongoing projects. Everything in common is there is some kind of tiny microfluidic chip involved in the middle of it. If you go forward, as an example, I'm going to talk about sepsis very quickly. So our main activities in sample preparation, this is what we sometimes call the necessary evil. People want to jump over that, go directly to sensing something, but your molecule of interest or biomolecule of interest are normally in minority. In the case of sepsis, you have maybe 1 to 30 colony-forming unit bacteria per ml blood, which means you have billions of other cells in the background. Forward. And what is sepsis? It's blood poisoning. So when you have microorganisms that are in your bloodstream, it is extremely the #1 killer in the hospital. It stands for 20% mortality globally and extreme cost case to the healthcare system. The problem with that is that a patient can go from symptoms to death within hours. We do have antibiotics, but at that time we do not know which antibiotics to use. And to gain time, what doctors normally do then is they give you broadstream antibiotics. This just slows down the process, but it doesn't cure you yet. So which means you will have to take, there's also some problems with it. One is that you might overtreat or you might also undertreat. On top of it, as I showed in the beginning, antimicrobial resistance is increasing. So there is a need for rapid diagnostics. Unfortunately, the current standards can take up to 6 days. The majority of the time is spent on blood culture. There are some rapid antimicrobial resistance tests, but they still require that upfront blood culture. Next. Yes. So the problem is that it's almost like trying to find a needle in a haystack. So what you're looking for is really, really minute amount, and the background is just too much. If you go forward, more. So what we've been using, if you couple a couple of more, what we've been looking at is, can we actually replace blood culture altogether? So we've developed a concept where we can rapidly isolate the bacteria from whole blood and then skip the time-consuming blood. So basically, we take away the hay from the stack, so we focus on the needle itself. Forward. Now we're going to help me to go very fast forward. So this technology comes from iterative of learning. So failure is the best way of learning. So we've been failing a lot, but that also have given us chance to address so forward. So we've been looking at from different technologies, everything from mechanical to size, etc., using our microfluidic systems, and we landed into this method now. Forward, more. So this is the way we do it. So we take, we lyse all the blood cells, but we keep the bacteria intact and alive, and then we use sensitive detection in the next step to detect it, and our method has single bacteria detection sensitivity. How is it related to resource-limiting settings? Well, on the onset of this project, we wanted it to be applicable to labs that traditionally do not do blood culture. So in order to do that, what we do is we take a filter paper, filter it through, and incubate that filter paper. If the color changes on that filter paper, you can say you have a bacteria here. Then you can do follow-up tests. If you go forward, faster this time, more. This is just to show you that we know what we're doing. More. And here you can see, seeing is believing. So when it's blue, it means bacteria is growing in your system. You better do something about it. And you can even use it for looking at the minimum inhibition concentration for antibiotics you use. And then we go forward, more forward. So since I'm not going to talk about the second project, I will be finishing here to summarize. You stop here a little bit. Micronanotechnology is a key enabling technology, and microfluidics can address diagnostics at resource-limiting settings. In the Holy Care project, not only we're developing state-of-the-art technologies to do diagnostics, we are actually combining this with education, global uptake of technologies to really holistically support a massive uptake of innovation technologies. As part of that, we have this Holy Care Academy that's our interface to the global students and expertise who want to reach out to us. Our motto is, alone we are excellent, together we are brilliant. Join us in holistically addressing poverty-related diseases. One more. These are the partners, and here is a picture from yesterday from a beautiful Mbarara. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omar. Just like the next presenter, at the end we give you a Ugandan name, and since we're in the land of milk and honey, you go with a cow. But it's your choice to give me the cow, because it can't go on the plane. Please, you can join the seat. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap him off the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our next speaker, Professor Agaba, to speak to us in line with the theme. There comes Professor Agaba. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Angela. I feel like you're my mother in some ways because you gave me my name. So thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak today. I know many of you, not all of you, but I'm a professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School. I work at the Center for Global Health at Massachusetts General Hospital as a clinician and a researcher. And I've had the privilege and honor of working with many of you here in Mbarara for almost 15 years now. And I can say it's just been an incredible experience to see how much this conference in particular has grown in the quantity of researchers that are here and the quality of the research. Just listening to a few of the presentations this morning, it's just so impressive. So before I talk, I'd just like to ask you all to clap for yourselves because you really are amazing. So I hope this presentation works. When I initially uploaded it, it looked really funny. So does it look good? Okay, excellent. So when I was asked to give a short keynote address today, I was trying to think, what could I contribute to this group that really speaks to the theme? So embracing translation. So what I decided to talk about were two areas of research that may not initially come to mind when you're thinking about translation. For me, I'm thinking going from, like the last talk, going from the bench to the clinical bed or into the community. But what I'm going to talk about today is around translational data science. So how many people in the room are data scientists? 1, 2, 3? Okay, see, a few hands are coming up. How about implementation science? Okay, 1, 2. Okay, good. So maybe we have some things to learn today. All right, am I advancing? Yeah. Excellent. Okay. So I'm going to start with a very brief overview of what data science is, as well as implementation science, because I think it's important for everybody to understand the concepts so we can talk about how we're using them to translate data science into practice and to have impact, which I think is what we all ultimately want to do with our research. And importantly, I want to talk about how the research that's being done here at MUST is really leading in both of these fields in an incredible way. And I'll talk a little bit about the future. Okay, so data science 101. I think these are terms that you've probably heard a lot. So what is data science? What is artificial intelligence? These are things that are out there, they're in the community, they're part of what we're doing, and sometimes we don't even really know it. So just very briefly, I think of data science as a concept of research that's driven by data. Now, all research involves data to some extent, but this one is really focused on the data itself and how we can use that to learn more about whatever it is that we're doing. So this may be a combination of statistics, informatics. There are many different things that go into data science. But I like this figure because it shows how data science can embrace artificial intelligence. Many of you have probably heard of ChatGPT, things like that. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that goes deeper so that the models are learning for us. And then even deeper is deep learning, which is really like neural networks and getting pretty sophisticated. But this is a general overview. So what can data science do for us? I think this is a really important question, and I think it can be confusing. So I went to artificial intelligence, and I asked ChatGPT. So what does ChatGPT think that data science can do for us? So I just asked it for the top 10 things that we can benefit from with AI and data science. So I want you to pay attention to the verbs on this slide. So it can automate repetitive tasks. I think that's probably the best thing that data science and artificial intelligence can do for us. It can enhance healthcare, improve, boost, you see enhance, enable, things like that. So it can help us do a lot of what we do better, but it doesn't necessarily replace what we do. And I think that's a really important distinction. So I also asked what data science cannot do for us. So some of this is obvious, right? Computers are not humans. They don't have emotions. But I also want to highlight some of the kind of cautionary items up here. So it cannot make ethical judgments. We need to be monitoring and managing what we do with data science. It can't show, intuition. It can't navigate social dynamics. So I won't read all of them, but I want us to think very critically of what we can do with data science and what we can't do with data science. And another area I want to highlight is the potential for harm with data science. Now, I dabble in a lot of data science, so I believe in it. It is part of what we do. It is not going away. So I think it is really important to think about the harms so that we can protect against them. So a lot of what we do in data science, and we build models to try and accomplish some of those tasks that I showed you before. And a lot of the efforts around data science are built to make the models as precise and accurate as they can be in replicating what we do. And we as people are fundamentally biased, every one of us in many different ways. So if we have models that do what we do even better, they're going to be even more biased, and that's a problem. Now, it doesn't mean that we have to accept that, but a lot of the work that I think is really important going forward with data science needs to address this. Oh, and then the point at the bottom here. A huge source of this bias comes from the fact that many engines in data science and AI are driven by the internet, right? And what informs the internet? Well, it's primarily Western countries, my country, the United States. And if we're going to be applying what we see from some places to other places, we have to think whether or not it's actually informative. So I did a little exercise. I thought about what is happening with data science, particularly in Africa. So this figure may look familiar to many of you who use PubMed. So in PubMed, which archives all of the journals and the articles that many of us are publishing in, and so I put in the search term data science. And you can see on the figure here, there's been a lot. So over 40,000 citations since 1992, up through where we are today. I just did this a week or so ago. So then I did it for data science, and I added Africa. So what you can see, maybe for those of you in the back, it started a little bit later, but there's been some growing data science here. But if we go all the way up to where we are now, it's only 868 compared to the over 40,000 globally, which means 2%. That was very sobering to me. So if we are going to be relying on data science to inform what happens here in Africa, this is very fundamentally biased. And it's a real call for more data science to happen here on the continent. And this is an excellent article by Leo Celli, who's a partner on one of the projects I'll tell you about in a moment. If you're interested in, sorry, I think the slide got a little bit messed up, but interested in learning more about why this is so important, that we think about where is the data coming from and how are we using it, particularly to avoid inequities that may arise from biased data. Okay, so I'm going to switch now and talk a little bit about implementation science, because I'm going to bring the two together. And again, this is where I think MUST is doing some really cutting edge work. So implementation science is really the strategy of how do we take the really important findings that we're all generating and get them into practice. And that can be really, really hard. There's so many discoveries that stay in the journals that we publish in, and they stay in the research communities, and they don't actually get out to help the people that are inspiring us to do the work that we do. So implementation science is really a set of methods, strategies that facilitate uptake of evidence-based interventions, including those in data science, although they don't typically get paired. So this type of research focuses on strategies, not necessarily proving, creating that evidence base or showing that an intervention works. And so the strategies are measured in terms of outcomes like you see here, like acceptability, adoption, sustainability, things like that. And then the units of analysis are often an individual, a team, or the organization. So it's a little different than what many of us have been doing. So there are three overarching aims in implementation science. This comes from Nilsson, who's a leader in the field. So the first one is to describe or guide the process of translating research into practice. That's our theme for this conference. The second is to understand or explain what influences implementation outcomes. So then if we know that, we can do better. And then we ultimately want to evaluate how well our implementation strategies work. So what I described to you is essentially that second row on this figure. And then we use a bunch of different models, theories, frameworks. For those of you who may have heard a little bit about implementation science, you've probably heard those terms, things like the CFIR, the REAIM. Those are in the green boxes. So I'm going to go quickly so Angela doesn't pull me off the stage. So you'll have to read more about that later. But implementation science, I think, is so critical for the translation of data science because it will make what we do in data science usable and relatable. It will help us have impact. And increased use of the data will feed upon itself. Remember, all of the artificial intelligence is driven by what's on the internet. It's driven by what you are publishing. And if you're not adding to that with issues that are relevant here, it will be biased and it won't help. And it may actually do harm. So I hope this is a little bit of a call to action for how important it is to do more data science here. And as I said, MUST, I think, is taking a real leading role here. And the project that I want to describe that's happening here at MUST is part of a very large initiative sponsored by the National Institutes of Health in the US called the Data Science Initiative for Africa. And I'll just go over it in very high level terms, but this is a project that is aiming to create data science infrastructure. So it's based around research hubs, one of which is based here. There are several more across the continent, but they are combined with training initiatives and also ethical, legal, and social implication hubs. As I mentioned, we have to really manage what we do in data science. It's not something that replaces what we do. So those ethical, legal, and social implications are just as critical as the data science itself. And you can see on the map here where the initial hubs were created a few years ago. You can see a lot right here in East Africa. And there was another round in 2023 adding more. So this is a growing program, and we're hoping it will be renewed. And then this is MUDSRI. So this is the Mbarara University Data Science Research Hub. This is the project where I think MUST is really at the cutting edge of data science and implementation science. So this is was formerly led by Vice Chancellor Obua and is now being led by Fred Kagwa. So if I read off your name and you're here, just wave. But the way this project is set up, it's really creating capacity. So we're doing projects at the same time as we're creating capacity. So we have partners at Massachusetts General Hospital and Massachusetts Eye and Ear Institute. We also have an administrative core with William Waswa leading that, that's going to not only administer what we do, but figure out how to create pipelines that are accessible with data use agreements and working in the cloud, things like that. We have a data management analysis core with Rogers Mwavu, which again is creating that capacity for us to do so much more. And then the Massachusetts Institute of Technology is with my colleague Leo Celli, who I mentioned before. So this project is working on retinopathy. We're working on cervical cancer screening. Everything is based around clinical images. We have a number of pilot projects in radiology, dermatology, pathology, and obstetric ultrasound. And we are also working with other partners. So we work very closely with the NIH, and we also work with a university in Ghana and a college of ophthalmologists based in Kenya. So this is one of the slides that didn't get fixed, so I hope you can read it. But our overarching goals with this project are not just to create the data science, but to create the translation of what we do. And you can see in our second aim there, we are very focused on implementation science as a way to get data science into practice. And you can see the projects that I mentioned before. So right before I conclude, I do want to put in a plug. If you're interested in what I've been talking about and what we're doing, we're hosting a symposium, I think probably right here in this room, in February. So the QR code is there. You'll hear more about it in the coming months. But our goal is to reimagine artificial intelligence, to mitigate bias, what I was talking about before, foster creativity, because this is a very exciting area, and to harmonize policy for equity in healthcare. So looking forward, I think data science is going to play a huge role in research and our lives, but we do have to be careful that it's done well so we do not create inequities. And implementation science, I think, as a discipline will be important for making sure that the data science has the impact that we're hoping it will. And all of these tools can be applied to many, many areas that you all may be working in. So I'd be happy to talk more, but I will conclude here. And just like to thank the NIH for funding our initiative and all of the MUDSRI team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Agaba. Do you still remember the meaning of your name? Someone who gave it to you didn't tell you? Oh, tell them what it means, Agaba.
You know what it means. Tell them. What I've been told it means is Agaba is someone who gives.
Yes. Whoever gave you that name, You deserve it. Yes. Our chief guest and vice chancellor, allow me to receive the final keynote. And this is from Dr. Cosmas Muchirize. Dr. Cosmas Muchirize is from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. And he is in charge. He's the superintendent of industrial value chain development at the ministry. He has worked with us as Mbara University of Science and Technology. He has been a mentor during the medical hackathons of Mbara University of Science and Technology. He has been a judge of the panels of students presenting innovations. And today, Madam Vice Chancellor and our guest of honor, we receive him as a keynote speaker. He has traveled all the way after a long flight yesterday, but he has made it to Mbara. Dr. Muchirize is also a lecturer at the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Makerere University of Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome none other than Dr. Muchirize Cosmas. I feel like giving him a must shirt, but he always comes with his branded shirt.
Thank you, Angela, for the kind introduction, and thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to speak to you. So I'm from the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat at the Office of the President. We are in charge of coordination, facilitation, and providing policy guidance to all the research, technology, and innovation that you undertake in the country. So I have a background in biomedical engineering, the intersection of medical imaging, artificial intelligence, especially in interventional medicine. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. When I was given this opportunity, I thought I would approach this topic from the government perspective. And since we're talking about research translation, in government we think that everything really should lead the economy. When you talk about socio-economic transformation, whether you're talking about improving health outcomes, whether you're talking about putting products on the market, everything really leads to the economy. And so, it's the first thing I'll focus on. Uganda has a vision, I think you all know it, Vision 2040. We started out in 2010. We're just about halfway through. So, we set targets in 2010 when we started out. Vision 2040 is broken down into 6 national development plans. Each development plan has a 5-year period. So we've just finished the 3rd national development plan and we're on the cusp of entering the 4th development plan. When we started out, that was the structure of our economy. Our GDP was hovering around 750 or thereabout. The target is that by 2040, the GDP per capita should be 9,500. Do you know what the GDP per capita is currently? We have barely moved. We have barely moved. If again you look at the sectors that are the key contributors, you see that in 2010, most of us were in subsistence agriculture, but we want by 2040, most of the contribution to be coming from industry and services. Now, I think we have economists in the room, so I'll not belabor this point. You all know how we calculate GDP. We use the expenditure method. Simply put, your gross domestic product is an aggregate of what you're producing and selling within your country and exporting. So I'll ask you, if you import a mobile phone, does that contribute to the national GDP? Does it? Oh, how about if you undertake some novel research and you translate that as a product into a product and you sell it, does it contribute to GDP? Certainly, certainly it does. Now, our work is cut out. In 2023, during the budget speech, His Excellency the President told us that our target is a GDP of 550 billion by 2040. And that aligns with the target that had been set in the vision as well. Do you know where we are right now? About 55. Do you know where we were in 2010? About 26, 27. So what you're saying is that You've gone halfway, you've just about managed to double your economy. And in the rest of the mile, half of the mile, you're supposed to grow tenfold. I think that's a Herculean task, but it is possible. And who do you think is going to ensure that? Who do you think is going to ensure that? I think it's the people in this room. Because it is well known that economies that have been transformed absolutely rely on the knowledge economy. We can talk about the traditional economy all we want. It's good to get us off the baseline. But if we want to transform, then we must rely on the knowledge economy. We must be able to translate the research that we do in our labs into impact. If you're working on a novel algorithm that's potentially able to improve patient outcomes, and you've been working on, I think this university probably has so much research that could be translated. But I think we need a bit of soul searching. Why is that not happening? How much of the work that we've done over the past 20 or so years has actually been translated to the clinic? How much of that is being relied on by our doctors? How much of that has been translated into products and services that have impact, not just on lives, but impact on the economy? Now, when we talk about the knowledge economy, it's not a flat line. So we go from, and most of you are probably familiar with the Torricelli's law. It has to do with, the fruit dynamics, of course, pressure dependent. So at the very bottom, if we were to use that analogy for knowledge, at the very bottom we have what we call deep knowledge, and at the top we have applied and shallow knowledge. But you know what we have been relying on that even uses less knowledge than applied and shallow knowledge is the factor economy. We are so dependent on the factor economy. Factor-based production talks about your land, talks about your classical labor. So these are mostly products of nature with little value addition, and somehow we expect that we can transform our economy using those factors, except we cannot. So the shallower the knowledge, the lower the magnitude and the shorter the duration of impact on the economy. And we know that knowledge expires. So we cannot build economies of today based on the knowledge of tomorrow. Yes, we can. We can rely on the knowledge of yesterday, rather, but we need to continuously innovate. We need to continuously undertake research and development. And I think that's the work that you do all the time. Now, I know I don't have a lot of time, but I just wanted to show you this map of where we are in terms of the knowledge economy against the factor-based economy globally. So you see, in economies that have developed, most reliance is on either intellectual property, research and development, human capital. When we talk about human capital, we're not talking about labor. We're not talking about the ability to push a wheelbarrow. That is not human capital. Human capital must have deliberate talent development. Digital assets, 100% return on investment. And look at these classic ones: labor, capital, land, and natural resources. Those in their raw form, in their undeveloped form, in the absence of research, do not really take us that far, and their return on investment is barely 10%. Now, to put it into context, our nation has been growing at about 6%, 7%, and again, the economists know this better than I do, and we think that is good, except it is not. If we grow at the same rate, in 2040, we'll have a GDP of about 120 billion. Now, that is far below, it's not even half of the target. If we want to hit the target, we must take an exponential path that I'm showing you here. It means that it cannot be business as usual. So you need to ask yourselves, is what I've been doing working? And if it's not working, how do I accelerate it? But we have the basics. We do a lot of research. And the question for me and you, and towards the end of my presentation, I'll give you a few opportunities that we have in our system that can support you to take most of your work forward. And now we have studied more than 30 countries, and we know what they did at what stage, and we know what has taken them to where they are now. Most of you are familiar with the stories of South Korea. You see that in the 1960s, their GDP per capita was the same as Uganda's. Uganda was around 150, thereabout. South Korea was 155. The factors could be different, but they've managed to transition to GDP per capita of more than 32. I think now it's about 37. This is a 2022 figure. Could also talk about now this is Mexico. It's another growth model which is not giving us such acceleration as would be expected because unlike South Korea, Mexico preferred contract manufacturing, preferred over reliance on value addition to main agricultural products. And you see they haven't moved as fast. They were higher than South Korea in 1960, but currently they're barely a third of the GDP per capita of South Korea. This is Morocco. Morocco is our fellow African country. You could compare it to South Korea at independence, but look at where they are. They've barely grown, less than 10% of. So all you have to do is now study these different models. It doesn't mean that you're going to copy and paste, but there's always something to learn. What have other people done and what can we learn from them? And what do you think this is? This is your best friend. Which country do you think this is? Kenya? It's your best friend. It's called Uganda. So again, this is, I know we are now around 1,100 or thereabout, but this is where we were 2 years ago. And if you trace this, you can barely see applied research. You can barely see translational research. It's either agriculture, reliance on coffee, then you see when coffee prices dipped in the early 1990s, the economy went down. We had a recession there. In the early 2000s, that was the boom of the telecom sector. Banking, that's when we hosted the Commonwealth meeting, so the hospitality industry picked up, tourism, but most of these are either using no value addition within the nation or they are relying on products of nature. So that's where we are. Agriculture is still dominating our economy. So this has to change. Now, when we talk about the qualitative leap of the economy, I don't know if you can see this, but your friend again at the very bottom is that blue line. Eh? This blue line there at the very bottom, you see a gray one. Next to it, that's Rwanda. It's a close cousin. You see Kenya is peeling away. That's the orange. But you see the green? The green is China. So China is taking the qualitative leap. That's the exponential path. And where there's China, you can put South Korea, you can put Malaysia. But I'm not using most of the European countries because for them they made that transition. Even the United States, they made that leap quite a long way back and they are far off. I'm using examples of these nations that have managed to make strides recently in such a short time to illustrate my point. Now, when we talk about translation of research, most of us we call this the STI economic highway. Most of us are very good at the science. The science component, we do it very well. Most of you have presented very good science in here. You have very good results. The challenge is to convert this into an innovation. Of course, you can go via technology. Professor was talking about microfluidic devices. Maybe at the science level, you've figured out a novel polymer in which maybe you can make microwaves. Then maybe you have figured out a technology for undertaking, like single cell assays using that nanowell. Now, the innovation would be, how can you make that applicable? Now that's packaging the microfluidic device for diagnosing a particular pathology. But you don't start at innovation. We say innovation is not complete until you have what you have developed in the hands of a minimum number of users who are willing to pay for it. That's why we add these two additional steps. You must industrialize and you must sell. Of course, we can have that conversation in a university setting. Where should you stop? But from the very start, you should figure out your locus. How are you contributing to this journey? And I'll tell you, everything you're doing should contribute to something that is usable. If it is not, then why are you doing it? Even if it is basic research, it shouldn't be basic research for the sake of it. It should be having a sink on the application front somewhere. And when you talk about deep technology, sometimes you venture into research, you don't know where this is going to lead. Maybe we didn't know neural networks would lead us to deep learning. We didn't know that, what you are talking about when microfluidic devices, most of them at first were for single tests. We didn't know that you could now perform maybe 10 or more tests on the same microfluidic device. So you can start out with basic research, and then as you develop the technology, it leads you to the application, which piggybacks on the research that you've done. We have this concept of what we call the STI idea to market journey. It sort of maps the STI economic highway. So you see, we start out again with the first phase, which is the idea to prototype. Again, most of you are good at this. I don't know if you really complete it because we have intellectual property there. How are we doing on the stock of IP in MUST? On the deep tech end, you should be able to generate patents. But even if you don't have patents, maybe you have industrial designs, maybe you have utility models, and you can patent a method, you can patent a design. So how are we doing? If you don't protect your knowledge, then you're not going to be able to benefit from it. You're not going to be able to translate. So that's a conversation we need to have. I think you have a technology transfer office. How are you utilizing it? What's the stock of intellectual property? The next step would be prototype to viable product. If you have a prototype, then that's rigorous product development. If you have an investigational medicinal product, now you're taking it through a clinical trial, you're putting in place a pilot plant that's going to help you, maybe GMP compliant. Maybe at that point you form an enterprise, you're looking at supply chain optimization and many other things. Now, most of our indigenous R&D probably hasn't gone beyond phase 2. Because you see, phase 3 now, you already have products and you're trying to gain traction on the market. You diversify. And phase 4 is where you have now big brands, global brands, which can even list on the stock exchange, etc. So, how do we move from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3 and to phase 4? Everything you're doing should somehow fit in those phases. Right. And when you talk about research translation, I want you to look at it that way. Translational research should lead you from idea to something someone can use. It doesn't mean that you should be the one to do it. If you have the IP, you can license it. You'll be able to benefit from it. So focus on what you can do best. But if you have the knowledge and you don't protect it, then that means it's the end of the day. It gets worse if you just pile it up all the time with no end game. Right. So, to conclude this section, I'll spend less time on the next section. So, whatever you're working on, ask yourself, what's the logical next step? What are the requirements for me to undertake that logical next step? What do I have? I'm so happy, and we thank the various collaborators that we have in the room. This is a very important resource because our collaborators mostly come from environments where these things have been done time and time again. So you need to utilize the resources that you have. And even if you don't have the resources, then you understand what the gaps are. Maybe it's time to make sure you focus on specific human capital development that will enable you to take the next step. And then, once you know what the gaps are, then you can craft the necessary interventions. You know, you have to keep moving, right? Doesn't mean that you leap, but at least make sure that you're taking the next step. Okay, so, quickly, I want you to have a 360 view of what we have in the country. And again, because of limited time, I'll just rush through it. We have repositioned STI for development. We have a strategy. We want to make Uganda the most advanced, technologically advanced nation in the region. And we believe that our slogan is making Uganda the best. It's imprinted right across our hearts. Do you believe that you can make Uganda the most technologically advanced nation in East Africa? How about Africa? Possibly. Most of the challenges that are affecting us, that are maybe capacity gaps that are making us not translate our research, are prevalent also in most of the other African countries. Right. So our strategy, I'll focus on the new economy now because you're a university for science and technology. So we have a strategy that has an output in the new economy, and we have what we call prioritized industrial value chains. I'll be cognizant of the fact that most of the people in this room have a healthcare leaning, but I didn't see so many engineers. DRGT, what's happening in that area? I didn't see so much research output in that area, but we have engineering as well, which would be in mobility, transport solutions, devices, aeronautics and space infrastructure innovations. Most of the work you're doing in healthcare fits in what we call the pathogen economy. It's a broad term we use to encompass, R&D, industrial development, commercialization of innovations that look at inputs, healthcare, vaccine, therapeutics, diagnostics, medical devices, personal protective equipment, and many others. And then Industry 4.0 plus, where we're looking at the high tech. I'll skip these, but these value chains have been decided upon through a scientific process. You look at the global market for some of these, even if Uganda was getting 1%, it would contribute a lot to our economy. Right. Now, I'll quickly show you where we are in these value chains. For example, in mobility, we have given each of these value chains, and to which you should be contributing, a target for Vision 2040, where STI alone is supposed to contribute 136 billion of the 550 billion. So you see, mobility is supposed to contribute 62.5 billion to GDP. You must have had our focus on electric mobility. Environmental sustainability is very key for us right now. So we want to be a net source of e-mobility solutions. We have a strategy for electric mobility. You can scan that. It's available online. Please, as a university community, please read this strategy and ensure that if you're going to venture into this area, you're aligning with the national strategy. So areas like local EV manufacturing and supply, batteries, electrification of public transport, charging networks, etc. Now, with investment from government, Uganda has established perhaps Africa's most competent and most capable electric vehicle manufacturing plant on the African continent. It sits on 100 acres of land. It's in Jinja Business Park. It's ready for commissioning. It has capacity of producing 2,500 vehicles annually currently, but that can be ramped up to 5,000 in the medium term. So this gives us an opportunity to be able to make electric vehicles within the nation, but we're also supporting the private sector who are looking at two-wheelers, who are looking at three-wheelers. And right now, the world is not making enough electric vehicles. And even if they were, it's technology that we can latch on to and adopt. I'll skip this, but I'll mention that our Chira Motors Corporation, the owner of that manufacturing facility, and by the way, I should mention that the project that yielded Chira Motors Corporation started as a university project at Makerere University. I think most of you are familiar with the story. You remember the green car. So that's now Research Translation 101. You have a project starting in a university 14 years ago. And no other country, and I stand to be corrected, I don't think any other country has started from idea to product in the motor vehicle industry in less than 15 years. I think Uganda should be the very first one to have done that. So Chira Motors has now been awarded, it's the first Ugandan company to be awarded, to be accredited to award vehicle identification numbers by the World Association of Automotive Engineers. So that means that Uganda is now a vehicle manufacturing country. Now, look at the opportunities that arise. We call the mobility industry, Angela, can I have 10 more minutes? 10? Okay, thank you. So, look at the opportunities that are in the motor vehicle industry. So you can call this an industry of industries, because now it gives you an upstream opportunity for you to beneficiate your mineral resources. And we have all of these, talk about copper, nickel, lithium, etc. Now we're into petrochemical. So all these can now feed into the buses. Now that's the supply chain localization. As a university, that's what we should be looking at. And I think you already have groups that are working on mineral ores, especially iron ore, and many others. So in terms of translation, it gets easier if you have an offtake for your research at a higher level. If you work on innovation and you know that this is somehow going to fit into an industry that is already here, it gets much easier. And so that's why we need this kind of alignment. Quickly, the pathogen economy, you all know that we started working on human vaccines for the very first time. During COVID-19, we have 3 candidate vaccines that have completed preclinical trials, and now we're establishing GMP facilities to take them forward. But for diagnostics, I'd like to talk about this one. Again, our scientists started, I think these ones at Makerere, they started work on PCR kits. If you remember, at the height of the outbreak, the PCR tests were very expensive. Then, all of a sudden in Uganda, we somehow reduced the cost. And it was majorly because of the work of these scientists. Long story short, since then, the kit developed by these scientists has been used for more than 2 million COVID tests in Uganda. And that has saved the nation over $37 million in imports. That's about 140 billion shillings. Anyone wants to guess how much the investment was in that research? Anyone? Yes? About $1 million. So investment of $1 million is translating into a benefit of $37 million in 3 years. Now that is translational research. That's how much the impact can be. And you can't have that in the factor economy. Never. You can't have land that appreciates 1,000% in 1 year. And of course, these kit components can be applied to other diseases. So we have more than 50 prototype kits in the pipeline. But we also have scientists that have worked on a PT panel, proficiency testing panel for a number of things, and this has been used in more than 23 African countries, and it's been supported by WHO. So that shows you that your research, if well done, can actually be easily adopted because you have some of these trailblazers. And I've interacted mostly with the mass community. I know you know your work very well, so I have not included it much in my presentation, but you know the work that you're doing. You know COVIDX, you know the work of Professor Bazira that we're supporting, antimicrobial resistance, and many other things. Clinical trials for natural therapeutics. Of course, we analyze the natural therapeutics value chain. We know more than 70% of our people take concoctions. Some of them may give them temporary relief, but they get renal failure 2 weeks down the road because they didn't know that there was some toxic substance in there. But also you may be taking a jerrycan when you should be taking 5 meals, so there's that. So clinical trials are helping us, so we set up this platform. Madam VC is a champion of that platform. So it's doing very well. So far it has supported 3 IMPs to completion. We have more than 30 that are being pipelined because it's not just a clinical trial stage. We also have in vitro studies. We have an animal studies facility. So these are facilities that are available to you in case you have come up with novel formulae for some of these natural therapeutics. Right, and I know when my minister was here at the installation of the Vice Chancellor, these are some of the conversations that we had. This is Busitema University. This is where they started. About 3 years ago, they were working in a ramshackled structure somewhere in Mbale, but we have supported them to establish a GLP facility. So they have a three-level facility, and they can do their work very well now. And I think we'll need to engage the university community and the leadership to see how we start putting critical infrastructure. And I can assure you, with commitment from my boss, that we are going to do this. I can't go without mentioning Day Biopharma. Again, this is one of Africa's largest pharmaceutical plants. Government has invested in it in exchange for equity, but STI is giving the technical guidance. So it will operate at a level created by both FDA and the European Medical Agency, and the impact is going to be immense. And it can be an off-taker also for some of the, if you come up with formulas for pharmaceutical starch, pharmaceutical grade starch, or you come up with your IMP, you validate it, and it needs contract manufacturing. These are some of the facilities that are available. Quickly, I'll show you, we have now capacity for electronics manufacturing, printed circuit board assembly, manufacturing, state-of-the-art within the nation, assembly, prototyping. These are some of the things that our young people are working on. Some of them are your products. Some of them are from MAST. So this is now a sync for some of your good fourth-year projects. You send them to some of these facilities and we'll help them to take their products to the next level. They are starting with imitating. Of course, there is nothing new about a calculator, but no one has done it in Uganda before. So if you can prove that, then it's a stepping stone, because some of these technologies, the IP has expired. So these are some of the things that you'll be seeing in the next 1 month or 2. Basic things, power banks, blow dryers, etc., etc., that have been made by your students. We have a strategy for climate technologies. As I told you, we are very big on environmental sustainability. As a matter of fact, this very night I'll be off to attend COP 29 in Azerbaijan, because we want to ensure that we tap into this, both for saving our environment, but also for harnessing economic benefit. Also deep technologies, focusing on artificial intelligence and many other emerging technologies. We already have collaborators. You see MIT RIP has supported us, AfriCloud, Google. We have commitment of $5 million to Ugandan deep tech companies. So these are opportunities that we need to publicize, that you need to be aware of, so that we can tap into them. Now, as I conclude, this facility is near you. It's right there near Diantonde. It's we are calling it the Engineering Development and Innovation Center. We're going to operationalize it. Infrastructure is complete. It has easily the best engineering infrastructure in the nation, 5-axis CNCs, many, many things, precision tools. So this will be the Law Development Center of Engineering. So when your engineers complete, they can go here for upskilling, but then they will work on within the learning factory model, meaning that They learn as they do, and they're expected to come up with products that can be commercialized. Those are our focus areas, most of which your engineers are working on. Right. Then lastly, aeronautics and space. I think we have collaborated a bit here. We took one of the master staff, I think, to Egypt for training. Are they in the room? No? Yes. But we are collaborating. Right now, we're on a mission ideation contest for the next satellite that we're building, and Master again is participating. I think we have a group of faculty and students that are working on that. But we are also collaborating with regional partners, Africa Development Satellite Initiative, Northern Corridor Infrastructure Project. So we have 3 satellites that we're working on with global partners and 1 that we are working on alone. But it goes beyond satellites. You're looking at, of course, Earth observation products that can leverage data from other partners, but also UAVs. There's so many technologies in this area. Now, we have an innovation fund. We had a call out a few weeks ago, and many of you applied. And again, without cheating exams for you, we have very good proposals from Barra University that we are going to support. So this is our competitive granting mechanism that is supposed to help you. So please, next time you see a call, please apply. It doesn't mean that you'll always get it, but even when you don't get it, get the funding, we want to ensure that we give you some other support. It could be attaching you to a central facility, it could be helping you in your idea to market journey, etc. Right, so there are so many ways we can partner with the university. After all, we regulate and provide policy guidance for all the work that you do. I've already mentioned that we provide research and development grants. We are committed to giving you centers of excellence, but we want you to look into mechanisms of making university have an arm of a business. So applied research, industrialization, and commercialization somehow directly linked to the university. It helps, because some of these things you don't have trailblazers and you have to create the path for yourselves. So these are conversations that we'll come and have. But also in our human capital development strategy, we have particular niches of focus. So we'll be reaching out and we see how we can discuss so that we collectively develop the human capital that can make translational research a reality in our nation. Thank you once again. And thank you, Angela.
Do you want to take me to STI? It's your choice. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a good audience. And when we're talking about male and female, there's an F for female and aim for the male, right? Is that how we say it? You leave alone these other genders that we don't understand. So when I say F, when I say I, you all stand up. F, females. M, the male. Deal? I, everybody, I will make, the men stay standing. Make, men, M, make, men, only men. Make, only men. Only men stay standing. Fishers, the fishers stand up. Fishers, female, of men. Fishers, of men. I. So in Sunday school we sing, everybody sit. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Oh, and the gents won. Of course, guys. Let's take back the stage. Let's take back the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest and our keynotes, please take back the stage. At this moment, I'll invite the Vice Chancellor to speak to us, welcome her guests, and later, by protocol, invite the chief guest to speak to us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think the men won, or I'm cheating for the men? We all won. We're all winners. No, yeah, that's not a vote. Madam Vice Chancellor, please come and speak to us.
Sorry. Thank you, Angela. Good afternoon, everyone. The Energizer was indeed very important at this point in time. Our chief guest, Dr. James Musinguzi, who is the Director, Community Conservation and Ex situ Wildlife Services at the Uganda Wildlife Authority. The Deputy Vice Chancellors present, are they here? Academic Affairs and Deputy Vice Chancellor Finance and Admin, our deans of the different faculties at MUST, the heads of departments, our keynote speakers, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, the staff of MUST, researchers, collaborators, students and partners. I welcome you all to the 19th Annual Research Dissemination Conference of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I'll start by introducing myself, since many of you may not know me. I'm Pauline Biachika Chibwika. I'm a professor of internal medicine and epidemiology, and my subspecialization is in the area of infectious diseases. I'm very happy to be here, and I thank you all for welcoming me to MUST. It is my pleasure to welcome you as the Vice Chancellor of MUST to this 19th Annual Research Dissemination Conference of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. This conference represents a significant milestone in our university's commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and addressing the challenges we have in our society here in Uganda, and to enable us to contribute to socio-economic transformation of our country. We've heard from our keynote speakers, and I want to thank you very much. Please join me to give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Our first keynote speaker, Professor Rusom, took us through diagnostics. He touched a subject that I'm very interested in, infectious diseases and sepsis, using point-of-care diagnostics. Thank you very much. I look forward to a future where we shall have one point-of-care diagnostic for a patient who comes in with sepsis, so that I'm able to tell if the sepsis is due to malaria, or tuberculosis, or bacteria, or a virus, in one point-of-care diagnostic. Because without that, patients delay. We delay to initiate treatment. We delay to give the right treatment, and that causes a lot of harm in terms of the economic harm, social harm, health harm, and sometimes patients die because of the lack of that. So I look forward to your work, and I look forward to the future. Our next keynote speaker, Professor Heber, gave us a very interesting talk on data science. The world is moving very fast, and I want to call upon colleagues at Mbarara University. Let us embrace data science. You rightly showed us a graph that indicated that in Africa, we're only citing data science in 2% of the publications, meaning we're not using it enough. So we have to step up our game. Dr. Mwikirize, you gave us a very interesting talk. Thank you very much. I'll touch a little bit on your talk as I go along my welcome remarks. Today, we gather here to share our cutting-edge research findings. We also gather here to explore opportunities for collaboration. We all know that you cannot work singly, in isolation. Working in silos will not take us anywhere. So we come here to explore opportunities to collaborate, to listen to each other and know who is doing what, so that we can combine with them, work with them to be able to push on our work.
We also come here this afternoon to celebrate our achievements from the various researchers in the room, and I want to congratulate you on these achievements. This conference also showcases the breadth and depth of our research excellence at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, which is the premier university of science and technology in the country. Let us all congratulate ourselves. Our chief guest, the theme for our conference is Embracing Translational Research for Sustainable and Transformation Development. This theme reflects our dedication as MUST to socio-economic development, first of ourselves and of the nation at large, through the knowledge economy that Dr. Mwikirize talked about excellently. Dr. Mwikirize, here at MUST, we only lack a small push to get to where you want us to go, and I'll talk a little bit about that later on. You called upon us to do some soul searching. I think I heard you right. You said, search your souls and know if you're doing enough. We are trying, but we need a small push, and that is what I'm going to talk about a little while later. The sub-themes for our conference today are very rich, diverse, spanning a variety of disciplines and sectors, and tackling very important topics. I hope we have all had a chance to look at the sub-themes. Very, very rich. We have assembled a rich program as well. If you read the abstracts, they're very rich, featuring very interesting research. But also our keynote speakers have given us very interesting talks. I look forward to listening to some of the panel discussions. I already listened to some of the presentations this morning, and they were impressive. And I look forward to seeing some of these researchers take these forward. Our chief guest, there was one young gentleman this morning who presented about traditional medicine for uterine fibroids. He went to look for the traditional medicines out there that people are using to treat uterine fibroids. I encouraged him to move on to the next step, to the animal models, and I'm sure Dr. Mwikirize here will take this message back to the pathogen economy, that we have some brilliant scientists with very good ideas. If given that small push, we can move on to the next step. I wish to draw your attention to the abstract book, our chief guest, that summarizes what is going to be presented today, and I hope you take a look at it. I would like to sincerely thank the conference organizers, starting with the sponsors. Thank you very much for sponsoring our conference that has enabled us to come here together. Global Health Collaborative, thank you very much for sponsoring the conference and enabling us to come together for the 19th time as MUST. I want to thank the conference organizing committee led by Professor Joel Bazira, who is also the chairperson of the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training at MUST, and Associate Professor Vincent Batwala, who is the director of DRGT at MUST. Thank you very much for organizing this conference with your team. Very many scientists who reviewed the abstracts, as well as all the other organizers. I'm pleased to see that some of our senior colleagues, like Professor Jerome Kabachenga, participated in the organization. Thank you very much. And I call upon our senior scientists and elders not to leave us. We still need you. As we groom the next generation, we also want to continue looking up to you. So thank you very much. I thank the whole team. You saw them assembled here. Thank you. And all those who worked tirelessly to make this a success. I also want to thank our administrators, the public relations officers and administrators, Angela and Sheila, who work tirelessly, daily, to make everything we do at MUST get publicized, because without visibility, we shall continue to be ranked low globally. We need to increase this visibility. So thank you very much, Angela and Sheila, for the work that you do. They also gave us beautiful shirts, branded shirts. Unfortunately, I had to put on a coat, so you cannot see my branded shirt very well. But thank you very much. This all increases visibility of MUST. I also want to thank our hosts, Las Vegas, for the continued hospitality for many of our functions. I want to thank those who submitted their scientific papers, because without the papers, we would not be gathered here today. Thank you very much, and I want to encourage you to continue participating in research and innovation for continued knowledge generation. To our esteemed collaborators, research funders, and sponsors, thank you very much, and please continue. And this includes the government of Uganda. I welcome the international participants here present today. The team from Holy Care, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. You made our conference an international conference because you're coming from various countries. Thank you very much. And I hope that you take time off to see our beautiful country and experience the warm hospitality of the Ugandan people. Thank you so much. So back to the conference. The conference provides us a unique platform to share knowledge, to exchange ideas, to network, to collaborate, to build capacity, but also to mentor the young people, to showcase innovative solutions. As we disseminate our findings today, let us foster interdisciplinary collaborations. I know our last keynote speaker commented on the fact that he saw mostly people from one faculty. We need to see engagement of more and more people from other faculties. Faculty of Medicine is taking the majority share. We need to see more Faculty of Science, Faculty of Applied Science and Technology, Interdisciplinary Studies, and Faculty of Computing and Informatics, Management and Business Studies. We all need to come together to conduct research and innovation to take our country forward. So, as we disseminate today, let us address this challenge to increase the volume and quality of research at MUST, to engage everybody from all faculties to participate, to address the pressing challenges of our country and also those that are occurring globally, so that we can inform policy and practice for a better future. But we also need to inspire the young generation. When we do this, we truly inspire the young generation, and we need to continue engaging. Our chief guest, this is the third day out of an interesting week. On Monday, we started off with a visit to our Institute of Tropical Forest Conservation, Institute of Tropical Forest Conservation in Bwindi Impenetrable Forest on Monday. This is an institute that has been in existence for several years, and I am certain that you, as the Director of Community Conservation and Ex situ Wildlife Services at Uganda Wildlife Authority, will take particular interest in this institute. It is run by Dr. Babasa. I don't know if he's in the room here. He's the director of the institute. And this institute has benefited Uganda Wildlife Authority in a big way through research. They conduct research that the Uganda Wildlife Authority actually puts to use, as well as the country at large. We wish to see it grow into a fully fledged research institute, and therefore we wish to strengthen research capacity at that institute. However, as a university alone, we are heavily constrained in terms of resources. We wish to partner with you. Please take our message to see how you can partner with us to strengthen research at this institute. We request you, our chief guest, to look into this request and also advocate for resources from the government of Uganda to support this institute. On Wednesday this week, we held the second Mentors and Supervisors workshop, where we reminded ourselves as mentors and supervisors of the need for us to nurture the next generation of good scientists and leaders. It was an interesting workshop, and we hope that we can put into practice what we discussed, and we can also make some changes where we thought we were not doing well. Yesterday, we held the 9th MUST PhD Symposium, where we had several PhD candidates showcase their work. We at MUST pledged to strengthen this kind of interaction as well as interdisciplinary research, and to increase the volume and quality of PhD candidates and PhD work coming out of MUST to enrich and broaden our perspectives. We continuously engage with colleagues from various disciplines to foster this and to foster the innovative thinking and address complex challenges. As I complete, allow me thank the government of Uganda for availing us funds for research and innovation at MUST. You heard from the DRGT about the funding that we have received from the government of Uganda. And we thank the government very much for this funding that has boosted our scientific research and innovation pathway. However, as a University of Science and Technology, we have so much potential, and we think that the current funding is still inadequate. When we compare ourselves to what Makerere University is receiving, and Professor Oyana is here smiling, I think we are only receiving a drop in the ocean, and yet we are a University of Science and Technology with a lot of potential. So our chief guest and Dr. Mwikirize, please take this message back to the government of Uganda to provide us with more funds. You talked about us soul searching, and that is a small push we need. We need some additional funding to move on with our research. We as MUST are quite enthusiastic, and we have many innovative scientists at MUST whose work is evident even nationally and evident commercially. For example, you know Professor Guang very well. He's from MUST, the innovator of Covidex that we all know about, and several other scientists and innovators in the room here. Today, you will listen to some of our research, and I encourage you to come over to MUST to visit the university, and we will showcase our scientific innovations at MUST. We have quite a number of innovations, and if you come there physically, you will be able to see what the scientists at MUST are doing. As I said, our funding is still very limited, and we request the government of Uganda to support us with more. The keynote speaker, Dr. Mwikirize, talked about taking products from the early stages, from prototype stage through to commercialization. And this has happened at MUST. Indeed, at MUST, I don't know if Dr. Medad Twinamasko is here, who heads, oh yeah, he's right there. Please give him a big round of applause. He's the director of our Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer. And through that center, we have been able to secure registration or intellectual property right with the World Intellectual Property Organization. And he can inform you and provide you with more information that we currently have 12 patents. Is that right? Yes. And the center is working with the Uganda Bureau of Standards to increase knowledge, increase awareness among scientists about this intellectual property right. We are following the path that you have encouraged us to follow. Get the patents, take our products through to commercialization stage. So that is it from MUST. And yes, regarding the funding, you heard from DRGT that currently, or in the room, he actually made the scientists stand up who have received funding from government of Uganda. But he also mentioned that the amount of seed funding they have received was 20 million per scientist group. Is that correct, DRGT? Yes. Now, with the kind of data that you showed, Dr. Mwikirize, the amount of money required, when I'm conducting a clinical trial, I require a lot more money. You showed us the Chira Motors, and you said the funding was $2 million or $1 million? Chira Motors. Okay, but there's another product you showed, $2 million. Which product was that? Yes, the PCR was $2 million, and it has saved government of Uganda 140 billion shillings, okay? Now, starting from $2 million to saving 140 billion, If a researcher is given 20 million shillings, I wonder how much can that researcher do? 20 million might be enough to pay for their stationery, their office space, their proposal review and approval at the Research Ethics Committee. When they go to UNCST, they have to pay another $300, which is already over 1 million. If it is a clinical trial on a new project, on a new product, investigational product, when we go to NDA, we have to pay $4,000. So if DRGT is giving us 20 million Uganda shillings, I don't know if we're going to be able to walk the path that you're telling us to walk. So Dr. Mwichirize, I'm very glad that the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation has highlighted MUST as one of the potential centers for funding. I'm also glad that the team from STI, from Pathogen Economy, visited my office in my second week of office, and we had an extensive discussion on this. And they have asked me to submit a concept from Mbarara University to develop a regional center for the pathogen economy. I'm working with Jonans to Musime. I don't know if he's in the room. We're working on this concept, and we hope to submit it as soon as possible. I hope that when it gets to your desk, it will receive favorable reviews. Thank you very much. So I want to thank you all for sparing your time and coming to attend this conference. And a special thank you to the chief guest and our keynote speakers. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. And I now take this opportunity to invite you, our chief guest, to address us and open our 19th annual Research Dissemination Conference. Thank you very much. Succeed we must.
The Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Byachika Chibuika, the various distinguished administrators of Mbarara University, the Vice Chancellors who are here, distinguished academic staff, the various speakers who have given us great insights this morning, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad and happy to be here. Good afternoon. I had prepared a speech, but I think to redeem time, I'm just going to speak off head, but I'll drive my points home. I'm very glad to be back home. Yes. Professor Chibuika, I'm an alumnus of MUST. I joined this university in 1998, where I came as a student of Bachelor of Science with Education degree, which I completed, went and did the Masters of Science, and I want to take this opportunity to recognize some of the people who mothered me. Professor Rugonda, Grace. Yes, please, I salute you. She mothered me from my first year, took me through the master's degree. I also did my PhD here. So you can imagine how delighted I am to be back at this university. I recognize the senior researchers, Professor Kabachenga. Thank you for staying around. Yes. Dr. Chiwanuka, Professor Chiwanuka, thank you for staying around and serving. We get so happy. I mean, there are so many people. When you look at all the teams here, not only researchers, but also administrators. I can see Dr. Birungi. Yeah, you've served MUST. Well done. Well done. So I'm very delighted to be here this afternoon because I feel I am back home. I owe MUST because MUST has made me what I am. I'll be very sincere about that. So, yes, thank you. So I finished my first degree, my second degree as well. I was given a job by this university, first of all as an administrative assistant in the office of the academic registrar then. After my master's, I was asked to go and start teaching in the Faculty of Science, which I did very well, and actually enrolled for my PhD then. And an opportunity arose for me to apply for another opportunity in Kampala, where I joined the Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, which is the zoo. And given the training and rigorous preparation that had been given at MUST, I've been sailing through successfully. And I appreciate MUST. Before I forget, I want to recognize also Dr. Medard Chunamasko. Please stand up for recognition. Yes. Vice Chancellor, when I came to defend my PhD for the first time, I was told to go back. Yes. And I was given Professor Dr. Chunamasko to guide me further through my work for another full year. He did it so well that when I came to defend the second time, I passed with honors. Yes. So I thank you very much, Dr. Twinamasko. So when I went to UWEC, I grew in ranks. I went and joined as an education officer. Then I became education manager. Then the board found it fit and the minister endorsed, and I was made the executive director to head the institution, which I have been doing since 2010. I've been working there since I left MUST for the last 18 years. And all through the work, I've been applying the insights and guidance that this university instilled in us. When we were studying during our undergraduate, we were taught development studies, political economy, and then we were like, for us scientists, what do we need this for? You know? But I want to tell you, it has been so instrumental in managing society, in managing institutions, in seeing the interrelationship between what we do and the economy. I really thank MUST for those foundation studies. So, fast forward, as a result of the rationalization of the government agencies, my institution, the zoo, has been merged with the Uganda Wildlife Authority, which manages 90% of Uganda's areas. Uganda's land area is managed by the Uganda Wildlife Authority, quite a huge institution. So I've been appointed there as the director in charge of community conservation and exit wildlife services. Yes. And that puts me in direct contact and work actually with Mbarara University. And for your information, Vice Chancellor, I'm a beneficiary of ITFC, the Institute of Forest Tropical Conservation. I did my master's research, the first master's I did for 2 years there. I was sleeping in Ruhija, the first block that was there. And so this institution has nurtured me, and I take your message of trying to see how it can be supported so that it can grow into a fully-fledged research institution. I will do what I can as part of the Uganda Wildlife Authority to make sure that this institution is further supported in consonant with the university. I also want to thank you very much for inviting me to come and be part of this conference as an alumni. And what came in my mind, how have we utilized or worked with the various alumni or in the country, abroad, that have gone through Mbarara University? I know we have a convocation, but sometimes there is not enough engagement, because I know that we are very well placed. Vice Chancellor, you have a very well placed alumni community, ministers in the country, permanent secretaries, executive directors. How have we engaged these people for the development of our great university? I think that is food for thought. Have we carried out a tracer study to find out who is where and who is doing what and how they can contribute to this great university? Because we want to contribute. So I really challenge you, let us carry out a tracer study to find out where our alumni are and get them involved directly in the programs of this university. If, for example, the alumni set up a research fund to which we contribute money every year or every month or every quarter, we can do it. And you'll be shocked and surprised how much money we can raise to grow this research that has made our university grow, because you either publish or perish. So for me, I am really here to commit and show how interested the alumni of this university would be to support the growth of the university. But we need to look for them. Let us carry out a tracer study. We find out where these alumni are and ask them to be part and parcel of the growth of their university. We know that it's a government university, but the resources are not enough. I've just been chatting with the doctor here. It is evidently written on the wall. The potential you've been talking about, Vice Chancellor, is clearly written on the wall. Can we perhaps seek funding through projects where we, yes, go ahead with the regular funding through the budget framework papers of government and the regular budgeting, but also write projects that can be funded through the PIP, the project implementation plan. And that one we can help fast track. Let's go and engage. Let's engage the PSST, the Secretary of the Treasury. Let's engage the Director Budget. We are happy to work with you and do these engagements. Yes. What we have to know is that it is a small cake for everybody in the country. So how much are you lobbying? How much are you engaging? Because at the end of the day, work must go on everywhere. So the more you lobby, the more you engage, the more you may benefit. So as the alumni of the university, we are happy to engage, working with you, the Vice Chancellor, and the various people to make sure we get more funding for this great institution. The other point I would like to talk about is the linkage of the research we are doing with the industry players. We are doing great work, great work. But when I was scanning into the room, we seem to be talking to ourselves. Where are the industry players? I've seen you working on biobanking, DNA, forensics. I would expect policymakers to be here, the police, Directorate of Public Prosecution, because they use this knowledge and information in their prosecution. What about the budget officer of the Ministry of Education, where our university falls, from Ministry of Finance, should be here to see and appreciate what we are churning out. And through this, then, we are going to be able to convince the powers that be for us to be able to get more money. Of course, we publish and put our work in journals, but that largely remains within us, the academic community. How can we translate this work we are doing to the local industry player, to the policymaker who is going to decide and say, oh, your seeding remains the same as last financial year? What factors are they considering? Can we try to bring on board the policymakers, the people who are determining the budgets, the people who are using this knowledge and information that we are churning out, so that they can be able to appreciate what we are doing, so that they can be able to be part and parcel of us? The other issue I was talking about, how are we organized as researchers in terms of governance in the country? I know that we are university doing research, but do we have a mechanism through which we can lobby? Maybe we can think about Mbara University Research Association that can be able to have a voice to go and even engage Parliament and say, look, we are looking at this pathogen economy, we want to churn this out, So let's think aloud and see, how do we lobby through a structured way? Because funding is about lobbying, is about being heard. We are doing very good work. But as long as it remains in journals, a journal that may not be read by the PSST or by the Director Budget, it may not translate into support. So we need to think through how we can have ourselves organized for purposes of lobbying, either through a research association. I was just thinking aloud about that. Professor Chiwika, you've talked about the research. Actually, I listened in the research about the uterine fibroids using the medicinal plants. And our estates in the Wildlife Authority is one of the source of the medicinal plants. And so it would be great if we could also pick interest in that and see how we can work with that team. As I conclude, I want to highlight particular areas where we can actually work and partner as the Uganda Wildlife Authority, because we are in charge of wildlife in the country, and that means both plants and animals, but also we support the tourism industry. The tourism industry that was at $1.2 billion before COVID-19, and we are now recovering, where we are getting more tourists coming to the country, and at the moment, wildlife is the largest resource that is contributing to this tourism. And so how can we partner together? We have challenges, human-wildlife conflicts, invasive species in conservation areas, climate change and variability. We need your support as scientists to address these challenges. Species and habitat management, community involvement in wildlife management, wildlife population censuses. You are the scientists. As we work on the policy, can we work together to know the population of our various animals that we have? Irrigation technologies to support rain-fed agriculture, but also water points in conservation areas. Because one of the reasons why wild animals move from conservation areas is sometimes because of lack of water and pasture, but we can also work with ecologists and social scientists to see how to mitigate this. Biobanking, right now we are setting up the first wildlife hospital in the country at UWEC in Entebbe. One of the ingredients is going to be a biobank. We need to support each other on that. DNA forensic analysis for successful prosecution. One of the challenges we have is wildlife trafficking, where there's a lot of trafficking of wildlife. And sometimes people slaughter wildlife and claim it is domestic animal meat. You can only prosecute such a person if you have proper evidence. So these are some of the areas where we can really partner and work together. And in conclusion, I want to thank you for inviting me very much. And in addition to seeing how we can support at ITFC, we can partner as the institution in those other areas I've talked about. But we can continue to engage to see how we can work together. And as an alumnus, I said, okay, I've been invited as a chief guest. How do I contribute personally to my university? When I found out, I was told that I could support some publication to publicize our university. So I've come along with 5 million shillings. Yes? Yeah. Visibility. To produce visibility materials, brochures and what have you. Yeah. So I've come along with 5 million in my small humble way as a person. And then at the institutional level, we can engage and see how we can partner together. I thank you for listening to me. The issue of funding, let's engage further, Professor, and see how we can work together. I was even chatting with him, and it is possible that we can engage. Thank you for all the work you do. I recognize Professor Tolo, Kasim. Yeah, please stand up for recognition. Professor, we joined on the same day. Professor Kasim stayed here, and I left. Thank you for supporting the university. I thank you all. May God bless you, and thank you very much. Let's continue doing the work we do. God bless you.
A round of applause to the 5 million that we are receiving cash from. Madam Vice Chancellor, do you want help? Please stand up and receive the 5 million. Sheila, where are you? We need to receive this. Yes. Yes. That is publicity, visibility for our community of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Do you need a bodyguard, Madam Vice Chancellor? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and everything. We've come to the end of this session. We're going for lunch, and we're going back to our parallel sessions. In the House, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reliably informed that we have a representative from Centenary Bank. Please stand up for recognition. Yes, and the envelope had Centenary Bank. Do you want to say hello to us in 1 minute? And that means money. So please come and say hello. And as Centenary Bank, you can't leave the stage without publicity. Just say hello. You can stand here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted here to talk to professors, researchers. My name is Asante Baltazar. I've been in banking industry for 26 years. I'm honored for your invitation, and I have learned a lot. So my call is that he has talked of funding, but we as bankers, you see, we don't have money. The money we have are for clients. If you come and withdraw it like this, we shall have nothing. So my concern is, we shall need, I request Vice Chancellor, if you could rob us and get us some project funds, such that we have enough funds in our coffers for lending out, we shall be very, very grateful. That's my concern. And for researchers and other professors, we have good benefits for you. You come for projects, you come for loans, cheap ones, and you make more researches and you make more projects outside your.
Centenary Bank, your politicians, seriously.
I'm not a politician, but we have agreed that everybody is a politician.
Thank you.
Hey, that's why he's saying that if you want more funding, you have to push it. So we also want more deposits. Please get us some projects accounts and we move on. We are happy to partner with you, and thanks for allowing us to partner with you. And we shall continue doing the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I request that the chief guest declares the conference whatever he wants.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I declare the conference open, I recognize Mr. Dan Mirembe, stand up for recognition. This is a member of staff of the Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, embarking on his PhD journey soon. So he's here to attend and learn. Thank you. So by virtue of the powers entrusted to me as the chief guest, I would like to declare this 19th Annual Research Dissemination Conference officially open. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite our sponsors, and I request our guests extend with their chairs in front to have a photo moment. And we're starting with UCSF. The team from UCSF, photo moment. Let's move forward, please. Just with your chairs, because they will stand behind you. Yes. UCSF, please come on the stage. No, you stay seated. You can stay. Yeah, you stay seated. The next team will be, you're going through here. That's why I left the space. I'm the only one who can jump up the stage without this tape here. Yes. I'll take this off. Oh, UCSF, this is all? Okay. Photo moment. Please smile for them. Okay, next is Holy Care. Holy Care Consortium. The first time they told me Holy Care is coming, I spelled it as Holy, and Dan almost killed me. Holy Care. Next to Holy Care, we're going to have Holy Cares with Epicenter, then we shall have Global Health and Massachusetts General Hospital. Oh, Holy Care, you really many? Yo. Please, cameraman, make sure I'm in every photo of accountability. Okay, pull up to here. Pull up to here. I wonder when I invite Mbarara University what we shall do. Next, after Holy Care, ladies and gentlemen, is Talc, please come. You're part of TALC? The tuberculosis team. Okay, TALC, thank you. After TALC, we shall have TAC. This is TALC. Oh, they are fit. Thank you, TALC, for coming. Dr. Neka, you're there. Yes. Okay. Thank you, TALC. We are having antimicrobial resistance team, the one for Dr. Chans. Amusu. If they're not there, we shall move on to Centenary Bank, the bank of the people. Oh, the one of Dr. Chans is here, okay? These are the people who have had a dissemination conference about antimicrobial resistance, and they have sponsored us. Thank you for fighting the misuse of drugs. They gave us a challenge, Madam Vice Chancellor, to say antimicrobial resistance in our local language, which was not easy. Thank you so much. Boston University and Boston Medical School. If they are the same, we shall go to Global Health Collaborative. Oh, Centenary Bank. If Kwetega was a person. Yes, manager Centenary Bank. Thank you so much, Centenary Bank. Grail, are we here? Grail? Yes. Thank you, Grail, for coming. I want to be like Dr. Neka. MGH, please be ready. Those are the same with Urban Arc, yeah? Okay, thank you. That's the same team. Is Muyambi Investments around represented? Yes. It is? Yes. You're next. After Global Health Collaborative and Massachusetts General Hospital. I wonder what Dr. Jessica will do. She'll stay seated. Global Health, please. Annette and team. Global Health, when I don't see Namukisa, they are incomplete. Global Health, Massachusetts General Hospital. Madam Vice Chancellor, these are here for every event, but Dr. Peter is always here for every cancer run, and he's always number, I don't want to mention his number, but he runs through the rest. Oh, just give him a chance. Okay, thank you. Track. After track, Muyambi, please, you're next. Then track. Muyambi Investment, then track. Okay, I think track has come ahead of Muyambi. This is Muyambi. Muyambi? Oh, sorry, yeah. Yes. Next, I'm having the deans and directors of at Mbara University of Science and Technology, and then we'll have I love the smiles. Deans and directors, please. Deans and directors. Deans and directors and former deans. That brings in Dr. Gertrude, Professor Kabachenga, Dean Maling, deans and directors. Track first. Track comes first. Track. Can I have one of my committee members to put the step right? Because it's taking Yes, track. Track is still coming. Thank you, Peter. Madam Vice Chancellor and Chief Guest, we put that step to check who took a drink last night. Track. This is track. Deans, former deans, and directors at Mbara University, plus their deputies. Please come forward for this picture. Deans, deputies, former deans. Please clap for the deans and directors. Chief guest, these are the most rapping people at graduation. They read names like, and then we finish on time. We are always considered as the team that graduates on time, keep time at graduation. Once a dean, always a dean. Once a dean, always a dean. I would request Dr. Medad to come this side. Dr. Medad, please come to this end to balance. Dr. Medad, please come to the end. Yes, to balance here. Okay. Mbara University of Science and Technology, come in the photo, please. Faculty of Applied Science. This is reporting you, that's why I was covering up everyone. So those who can come for the photo, let's go. Otherwise, let's have it at the at the staircase as we're going outside. Yes, let's walk. Let's pretend to be bodyguards to the Vice Chancellor and the Chief Guest. And we have a group photo there. Bon appetit from here. The Reverend prayed for our food. And my relatives say Bismillah. Let's go for the group photo and lunch. My team has told me that lunch is at the ground floor where we're going to take the photo. And we have 2 serving centers to keep time. The chairpersons of the next session, you may not be in the photo to eat first so that we start on time. Ladies and gentlemen, let me have our team usher out our guests. DJ, give me an ushering song out. Thank you. We're going for a group photo outside. Let's go.
So for those of you who are coming to present, we shall alert you when you are left with 4 minutes, and then when you are left with only 2 minutes, by that time you should be wrapping up. Thank you, Prof. So Ambrose, kindly come and make your presentation, please.
Thank you so much, Professor, for giving me this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. Good evening, everyone. It's too cold. I thought it's a morning. So my name is Tumwesje Ambrose, one of the previous graduates of Master of Nursing Critical Care, Mbara University of Science and Technology. The topic is about prevalence and factors associated with burnout among nurses in Marago National Referral Hospital. Burnout is one of the main public health challenges that really deserves a special attention. And in Uganda, apparently, the prevalence of burnout is still not well documented. So that's why there is a need to formulate policies that really target reducing the level of burnout. So the main aim of the study was to document the prevalence and factors associated with burnout among nurses at Mulago National Referral Hospital. The methods that were used, it was a cross-sectional survey, and it was conducted among 273 nurses that were randomly selected and all working in Mulago National Referral Hospital. Data was collected using self-administered questionnaire, and analysis was done. Data analysis involved consisted of descriptive statistics. Logistic regression was applied. 95% confidence interval was followed, and starter version 17 was used. The data collection tool was adapted, and it had 10 burnout items, and those were the ones that were used. Approval was got from MasterRec, and pre-visiting was made to Mulago Hospital to explain the study to the key personnel. So results that came out and were very significant. It was found out that the prevalence of burnout in Mulago National Referral Hospital is at 54.2%. Unsuitable working environment was also pointed out as a key factor that was bringing burnout among nurses. Then poor nurse-physician relationship was also among the key factors highlighted. Then some other nurses felt that they had less control over their jobs. Then also age, being of 30 years and above, it was also closely associated with burnout. And the likely explanation for the prevalence of burnout could be due to the fact that nurses who provide intensive care and emergency care services are few in number. Therefore, they are overworked. And that is in close agreement with a study which was conducted by Tramula in 2019 and Marcos in 2020. Unsuitable working environment, as a researcher, I thought maybe factors like lack of enough equipment, heavy workload, unfavorable work schedules. In some units, people work 12 hours. Poor workplace relationship make the environment unsuitable. And there are some studies that really agrees with that. Then the poor nurse-physician relationship, it could be maybe the relationship at work itself. When it's poor, it ends up bringing burnout. Then less control over the job, factors like lack of enough equipment, I think there was a typing error there. But loss of job control, majority cited that they could feel threatened. All the time I would delete you from payroll, all the time, so they could feel threatened. Age. Advancement in age at this comes with more responsibilities, and those responsibilities also must be carried out alongside the work schedules. That makes it very hard, and nurses end up getting burnt out. In conclusion, burnout among nurses in Mulago National Referral Hospital is high. Burnout was associated with factors like age, type of work unit. It was majorly much in emergency unit. Nurses who felt that the work environment was unsuitable for them, nurse-physician relationship was inappropriate, and feeling that their job was being controlled by administrators and high authorities. Those were the key highlighted points that nurses there feel are bringing burnout to them. So burnout is among a major occupational and public health problem with diverse contributing factors that require urgent interventions in areas that provide critical care and emergency services. Ministry of Health should consider recruiting more nurses to reduce the workload, then also put measures to improve nurse-physician relationship, assure nurses of their job security, and more research should be done to understand how burnout among nurses affects their emotions. And this is manifested by rudeness of nurses, which the public is usually crying about. Then, as we were in the House, in other sessions, I developed another recommendation that maybe machines can be invented to help us in reducing the workload among nurses that can contribute to reduction of burnout. So those are the references. I thank you very much.
Yeah, so you've helped us and you have saved us about 3 minutes, which is good. Please take your seat here and just take note of anything that you would like to ask him, any questions, clarifications at the end. So let me take this opportunity to invite Cecilia Akatukwasa from burnout to treatment decision algorithms for pulmonary TB in children. 10 minutes, Cecilia. Yeah, please clap. Welcome her. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the moderator, once again. My name is Cecilia Akatukwasa, and I'm presenting this study on behalf of a larger team situated at the epicenter under the Medicine Sans Frontiers. So I'm going to talk about a study that is still ongoing, looking at the feasibility, acceptability of the 2022 treatment decision algorithms for tuberculosis in children under 10 years. So there are new TB treatment decision algorithms that have been developed, that were developed in 2022 by WHO to provide a more structured guidance for healthcare workers in low resource settings to improve TB diagnosis in children. So this study, this algorithm is being implemented in different study settings, including Uganda and other studies that I'll mention ahead. And it's an observational prospective diagnostic study that is trying to follow up children who are diagnosed with TB over a period of time, using the TB decision algorithm. And documentation of the implementation of this algorithm is ongoing. So I'm here particularly to talk about the feasibility and acceptability of the study in the different health facilities. So The primary objective for this qualitative research was to identify social-cultural factors influencing TB decision algorithms, their implementation, and then to understand how healthcare givers and healthcare workers perceive these algorithms. The study is being conducted in 3 study settings in 3 countries. That is in Guinea, in Niger, and in Uganda. And here in Uganda, it's being conducted in Mbarara. And it's a mixed method study. And like I said, I'll talk about the qualitative aspects only. So in Mbarara, the study is being conducted at 3 public health facilities. That is Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, Rwekubo Health Center 4, and Wizwera Health Center 4. And we conducted interviews and focus group discussions with health workers as well as caregivers, so it's not mentioned there. And we conducted a thematic analysis for the data and did a critical discourse analysis of this data. So what are the main findings of these tuberculosis decision algorithms? These decision algorithms, we did interviews prior to their implementation in the different health facilities. And when we interviewed the caregivers, they reported some challenges as far as receiving diagnosis for TB is concerned. And one of the key challenges was that they were not aware of the specific TB symptoms, and this led to delays in symptoms of, delays in seeking care. And most of the diagnosis was given way into the child's illnesses. Most of the caregivers, as we know in our local settings, that when children fall sick, most of the symptoms they present are normally associated with common childhood illnesses that are normally managed at community level. And normally they have, most of these childhood illnesses have a traditional undertone around them. And this is one of the reasons why there was a lot of delay in seeking care. For example, if a child has a pneumonia, it is associated with a traditional illness, and there's a traditional remedy to that illness until it goes too late, and that's when they would come and link to the health facility. So, but after using these algorithms to diagnose these children, the mothers and the fathers of these children are relieved to receive a diagnosis after a long time of caring for their sick children. And then they also appreciate that, though they don't speak directly to the algorithm, but they appreciate that through their interactions with the providers, especially those who are using these algorithms, there were positive client provider interactions, because when they're using these algorithms, they're able to, it encourages a lot of interaction between the provider and the caregiver of the child when they are probing about the symptoms of the child. So those are some of the experiences from the caregivers. And then the health workers also reported challenges prior to implementation of the decision algorithms. One of the key challenges they mentioned was limited access to radiological imaging. I think one of the key diagnostic methods for TB in children. And then also they mentioned that they had lack of knowledge to identify some signs of TB, and always it led to misdiagnosis of the children. And then mentioned one of the major challenges that came out significantly was challenges with collecting samples in children. They mentioned a lot of challenges, especially collecting sputum samples that were suitable to provide, to make a good diagnosis. So with the algorithms in place, the caregivers mentioned that it enabled them to speed up treatment decision, making it easy. And then the other beauty about this algorithm is that it can be used by different cadres, even at health center force when there's no medical officer, nursing officer can easily do a diagnosis using this, can easily make a diagnosis for a child using these decision algorithms, because it guides you through different steps until you come to a conclusion of what whether the child has TB or not. And then, yeah, all in all, it addressed diagnostic uncertainties in case the healthcare worker is not sure whether the child has TB or not. The algorithms are able to guide them very well. And then also increased feeling of efficiency and autonomy, because the provider is able to make a decision on their own without having to go through a hierarchy of decision making. These are some of the quotes. Maybe I'll read one in the interest of time. One of the experiences of the providers regarding the use of the algorithm, and this provider said that, I think the chances of making mistakes or missing a child are reduced because you are following a systematic way, and even the child does not qualify. And even if the child does not qualify, you still have a chance to follow. To me, there are benefits apart from the turnaround time, maybe because they're taking a lot of time asking different questions to come up to a decision. And it is systematic. By the time you look at the child, the second month, really you are very sure that the child has no TB. So you see the provider is expressing a lot of confidence with their decision making as far as utilizing the algorithm is concerned. The other key issues that came about, there were issues around utilizing the algorithm, especially during communication, because the provider is probing the caregiver, asking about the symptoms, the duration of the symptoms, and there were certain difficulties with the caregivers being able to communicate and directly mention some of the symptoms the children were suffering from. Then inability to differentiate certain TB signs, like night sweats and fever. Some of the providers experience some of these challenges. And then caregivers were giving providers vague information because of fear of discrimination. Maybe I'll pick out a few lessons, maybe just one, that the TB decision algorithms were overall acceptable by the providers because they provide autonomy, they facilitate diagnosis, and allow more children to follow a TB treatment. One of the key questions that is coming out were issues around communication between the healthcare workers and the caregivers, because sometimes the caregivers expressed not understanding exactly what the providers were doing, even what the diagnosis of the child was. And then how to continue supporting health workers' empowerment and competency in doing a diagnosis. So the next steps, which will be probably in the coming year, is to understand the evolution of the practices and potential changes. That is, for example, once the study is no longer being conducted in a controlled setting, in a project setting, what will happen to this algorithm in a normal world setting when the project is long gone. Thank you so much, and I wish to appreciate the study participants and everyone who contributed to this study.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. You can take your seat over here. And also our first presenter, please come and take your seat here. I would like us to move on to the third presenter. So in terms of managing time, thank you very much, the first two presenters. I would like to now turn to Anacret. Are we able to get him online? So the next presentation is going to be made by Mr. Anacret, or Dr. Anacret Biamukama, and he's online. Yeah. Could you maybe, are you able to speak a little louder? Or right into your mic? Yes, but kindly put it in slideshow. And you have 10 minutes, Anacret.
About 40% of death in people living with HIV are caused by TB. And of course, Uganda being a high TB region, it is important to understand some of the factors that underlie this. And one of those important factors is latent TB infection, which serves as a reservoir for later reactivation. We know that within a period of 5 years, there is a 10% risk of reactivation of latent TB infection to active TB. And this risk increases 21-fold in people who are living with HIV. Unfortunately, the current tests of IGRA and tuberculin skin testing do not help us see what is happening to the lungs. And so this study was aimed at understanding the impact of latent TB infection on lung health. We had 3 specific objectives. Number 1, to assess the prevalence of structural lung abnormalities in people with and without latent TB infection. Number 2, to examine the patterns and distribution of structural lung abnormalities in the 2 groups, and then to identify factors that are associated with structural lung abnormalities by looking at the clinical and social demographic variables. So this was a retrospective cohort study within the epidemiology of coronary artery disease study. The CARD study was conducted at 2 centers in southwestern Uganda, that is Mbarara and Kabohe. And we enrolled participants who were 40 years and above, had been stable on ART for at least 3 years, and were age and sex similar with HIV negative comparators. These participants had 2 visits, and on the second visit is when we did the TST reading or tuberculin skin test reading, and they also underwent coronary CT angiography. So all participants from the CARD study who had complete records, had available chest CT images, and had undergone a respiratory symptom screen, as well as having TST measurements were included in our study. And then we included those with the potential of having active TB. If they had a positive TST with respiratory symptoms or had TB history, these were excluded. In terms of our study profile, we had 495 participants who completed all the CARD study procedures. And of these, 23 were participants with potential for active TB since they had a positive TST and respiratory symptoms, while 27 had a history of TB and thus were excluded. So we had a final study cohort of 445 participants, of which 20.2% of these had latent TB infection meeting our definition. When we looked at the social demographic and clinical characteristics, we did not find much difference between the 2 groups, those with the latent TB infection and those without latent TB infection, in terms of age, in terms of sex, in terms of level of education, in terms of HIV status, socioeconomic status, smoking status, the type of cooking fuel used. However, we were more likely to have latent TB infection compared to those who had normal weight. When we looked at this, I think the host had muted me. So we found that 66.7% of participants had at least 1 structural lung abnormality. However, in terms of whether having latent TB infection or no latent TB infection, this did not matter because there was no difference between the 2 groups in terms of the prevalence. The commonest structural lung abnormalities were nodules because 62.3% of the participants at least had nodules. However, we did not find any difference between the 2 groups, those with and without latent TB infection, in terms of the type of structural lung abnormality. So when we looked at all the structural lung abnormalities that were observed on CT scan, like I said, the most common structural lung abnormalities were nodules, followed by emphysema. This was followed by septal thickening, bronchiectasis, lymphadenopathy, and then others followed on. When we looked at factors that were associated with structural lung in people with and without latent TB infection, particularly exploring latent TB infection, we did not find any difference between the two groups. When we looked at sex, we found that males were more likely to have abnormal structural lung findings, and so females were 40% less likely to have structural lung abnormalities with a p-value of 0.044. And then every 1 year increment in age was resulting in an 8% risk of having structural lung abnormalities. The other variables were not significant at multivariable analysis. That is the socioeconomic status, smoking status, type of cooking fuel used, and BMI. While some of these were actually showing differences at bivariable, but at multivariable level after adjusting for other confounders, these were not significant. So in terms of comparing our findings with what is available in literature, there is really agreement because our prevalence of structural lung abnormalities was 66.7%. This is quite similar to, for example, the study by Maleche, Obimbo et al. Though when you come to our finding of having no difference between those with latent TB infection compared to those without in terms of structural lung abnormalities, it differed with some of the studies. For example, the study by Uzoka et al. Had shown that people with latent TB infection have 2.5 times more risk of having abnormal structural lung findings. We think the difference is because Uzoka et al. Carried out their study among healthcare workers who, beyond, of course, latent TB infection, are exposed to other pathogens in a hospital setting. And with regards to what structural lung abnormalities are more prevalent in our study population, this did not differ with other studies that have been carried in other places. However, our finding of having no difference in terms of pattern, distribution, and type of structural lung abnormalities between the two groups, again, was slightly different when you compare with the study done by Uzoka et al. We think one of the reasons is because our study population is quite different, and also the fact that we excluded those with potential for active TB and a history of TB underscores the reason why latent TB infection did not turn up as a key factor in terms of presence of structural lung abnormalities. And then the issue of sex and age, this agrees with other studies that have been carried out elsewhere. We know as you age, you are exposed to many other pathogens and pollutants, and then males, their involvement in high-risk work, working in factories, the fact that they are likely more to smoke would explain the reason why males are at higher risk of having structural lung abnormalities. So in conclusion, we found a high prevalence of structural lung abnormalities in our study region. However, this was not different between those with and without latent TB infection. And the only factors that were associated with structural lung abnormalities were increasing age as well as being male. And so imaging does not significantly enhance the diagnosis of latent TB infection based on structural lung changes according to the findings of our study in this setting. Thank you so much.
We've listened in very well, and you have kept your time very well. Do we have Ikwara? Is Ikwara here? Okay. So maybe let's have Francis present, and then after Francis, we shall have a brief session of questions and answers.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I am Nanyunja John Francis, and I'm presenting a research entitled Research Fatigue and Dissemination of Research Findings in a Research-Intensive Community of an Ethnic Minority Tribe of Batwa of Southern Uganda. Research fatigue occurs when an individual or community is emotionally or psychologically exhausted as a result of participating in research. We see it in mostly overly researched populations, and most of them are often vulnerable, indigenous, marginalized, for example, refugee settlements, and people of the kind. In Uganda, we have the Batwa who have unique genetic and phenotypic features that have attracted a lot of research. We need to know that the Batwa have undergone quite some changes in their socio-economic lifestyle. They left they were moved out of the forest in '94 and relocated to some neighboring communities. Indigenous communities like these are often burdened with a lot of research, and often it includes low-quality research. And these communities, once fatigued, are known to give inconsistent results, and as researchers, they affect the validity of research. Our objectives were to determine the burden of research fatigue among the Batwa, and also to explore the research dissemination activities that have been in their community, and also explore the community perceptions towards research fatigue and also result dissemination. The methodology we used, it was a cross-sectional study with mixed methods, and we included people that were above 18 and had participated in 3 or more studies. And we did a census approach, and mostly, as I will let us know why, whoever came to participate was included. And we were able to administer 223 questionnaires, and we did also a qualitative interviews from 17 different people within the community. Data was analyzed, the qualitative by data, and we also looked for logistic regression. And we did a thematic content analysis with using inductive methods for the qualitative data. In our findings, the prevalence was at 30%. And the factors that were associated with research fatigue were very interesting. We saw the community being that collectively they felt they were fatigued, and we see odds ratio of even up to 19. But individually it was at 30%. And other factors that were associated with research fatigue were the age, mostly the age group of 31 to 40, and those that were above 60 they felt there was research fatigue. Incentives were very much associated, and as we'll see in the qualitative data, those that felt that the incentives were not enough were fatigued. From the qualitative data, the participants felt they were exploited, and it was associated with their fatigue. They felt that one participant said, when you look at the level of the Batwa, you cannot compare it with the research that has been done. They had desire for tangible gifts. They wanted, and we saw this among the educated Batwa, people in the community who are more educated, One person said if the research were to influence the Ministry of Health to help them, then it would prevent them from feeling exploited. They had indicators of research fatigue that one person said, and participants said, they feel they are being manipulated, but nevertheless, they still continue to participate because of compensation. And I also felt it. One of the participants told me that the people were hesitant to come, and I told them that the whites were coming. That is why they are all here. If I hadn't told them, they wouldn't be here. So we saw that compensation was also a very big thing in their community. They participate just because they are going to be remunerated, not because they fully understand. They did have mistrust among themselves of the researchers, and it was really attributed towards the dissemination. I would trust researchers, but not all of them are doing the right thing because they use us for personal gain. And there were so many themes that were referring again to lack of effective dissemination. We don't hear from them again. We do not know where it ended. And when in our quantitative, we found only 9% of the participants had been to any form of dissemination they have just received results, only 9% from our study, and 91 had never received results at all. As a population, the Batwa were pioneering incentives. They were their main reason for participating. And we see this as a problem, and it could be a problem to the entire research fraternity. Indicators of research fatigue included hesitation to participate, reliance on compensation, and feelings of exploitation. There was also mistrust of researchers due to lack of dissemination. In conclusion, research fatigue is not only ethical but very essential for us to build sustainable, respectful relationships between researchers and vulnerable communities. The recommendations from this study were ethical committees to regulate research in some groups, and not only the ethic, but also stakeholders should be able to protect some of the unnecessary research. And researchers should directly benefit communities that we go into. And we also recommend that all the researchers be disseminated to these local communities. And perhaps a better tool that is able to identify research fatigue. I want to acknowledge the MURIP, especially for the Mbarara University Ethics Research Program, for funding this research. Thank you very much.
Our presenter, kindly come and take your seat over here. Yes. I'm really impressed with our presenters. You've really tried to stick to the time. Yeah, so we've already heard from 3 presenters. I would that let's have all the presenters, the 4 presenters, come up front here, and we receive some questions. We first of all handle those questions. We are going to begin with those who are in the house, and then we will pick a few questions. Just take the seats. just pull up a seat. And so I'm saying that let's first of all receive a couple of questions from here, and then we shall turn to those who are online. And in the interest of time, we want to keep it short and clear. Anyone with a question, and please make mention of the person you are addressing the question to. Yes, Professor Malink.
Thank you for the great presentations. My question is for Ambrose. And you pointed out a very pertinent and troubling finding of the doctor and nurse relationship, which was poor, because it affects the patients directly. And you said the reason could be because of burnout still, what you're studying. Do you think there are other factors just beyond burnout? Maybe nurses are becoming more knowledgeable, they are now becoming big-headed, and yet the doctors were used to the other nurse who takes orders, and so a conflict arises. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other question? Yes?
Thank you very much. My question goes to Francis. You reported that the participants said, I quote, they participated because they were going to be compensated. I'm wondering if there is any ethical implication in regard to this finding. And two, do you have any result regarding to the number of researches the participant would be participating in so as to become fatigued? And what type of research? That information did not come out clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you to all presenters. Now to Ambrose. Yeah, one of your last recommendations was maybe to use robots so that we can ease the burden. But don't you think the issues identified can be solved rather than going to high level of robots? Thank you.
Any other questions? Right at the back, please help me take the mic.
My question goes to the last presenter, who is doing her research with the Batwa people, who are regarded, this is a community that is reading a certain journal, and it was put out clearly that that tribe has maybe the least educated people. I want to know, how does that affect your research? How does that affect your work? Thank you.
Okay, let me also add on my questions. My very first question goes to Mr. Tumwesije. I followed through your findings, and I would like to pick your thoughts. Did those results surprise you? And if they did, can you just pick one of the several findings and you let us know which one exactly surprised you? And then in your recommendations, you did mention that you are recommending that Ministry of Health recruits more nurses. Is it possible that the Ministry of Health actually does not know that there is need to recruit more nurses? I just want to pick your thoughts on that. And then the other question that I have goes to Francis. So you've told us your interest was on research fatigue. I want to find out from you, Is it possible that also this research contributed to the statistics of research fatiguing the participants? What was your sense when you were speaking to them? How did they review your particular research? The other one is, maybe this is just a comment, because I saw some faces and people dancing. I want to know if those pictures, those people whom you have shown, whether they gave you permission. Yeah. And then the other one is, you've talked about compensation, and then at some point you mentioned incentives. Are those two the same? What was it exactly that you assessed? And in your last recommendation, you've mentioned that it would be good for research to be regulated in such populations. I don't know whether it is to regulate or to restrict certain researches, because those may be two different things. I'm taking it that all research is being regulated. Thank you. But you don't have to answer all of them in the interest of time. So, please, you don't have to answer all of them. Just take the comments.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor, for this opportunity. About, did you get any surprising finding? Yes, I got it. Because at the back of my mind, I thought that nurses who work in intensive care are the ones that are burnt out. But in reality, after analyzing the data, we found out that burnout was much, much more prevalent in the emergency area. And that surprised us. Doesn't the ministry know that nurses are few? The interaction we've had with the permanent secretary, she acknowledges and really feels sorry for us, for the nurses, but as the process of providing care continues, nurses keep on getting burnt out. And the ministry cites issues like lack of enough resource envelope. Then nurse-patient relationship, is it worsened by maybe nurses now thinking they are higher, they no longer take orders? Okay, I've realized that during data collection, there are some old practices that are really phasing out, like a doctor's word round book. It's no longer effective. I think it can also be contributing. But also, there are some nurses who were saying that the more they went to school, the more they got marginalized. Others even could get demotion. Someone was an in-charge from school, they come back, they are put back to ward work, and even demoted further. And such nurses could really verbalize that the relationship between them and the physicians is poor. Then, the last one, use of robots. Yeah, like we've been encouraged during the previous presentations, we need to embrace technology. But before we reach there, the heavy workload can be reduced by what we have already, like recruiting more staffs, like improving the work relationship, going outings, end of year parties, giving rewards to good workers. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Let's move on.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'll try to...
2 or 3 minutes, and
okay.
we move on.
I will start with the last one. I met to restrict research. Yes, ethical committees regulate the research. Every research is given permission, but I meant to restrict, and that was the stakeholders to restrict some researches. The issue of the research fatigue is very ethical. It's a very ethical issue that we need to discuss, and indeed, it affects validity of research. The question on incentives, what I meant by incentives, there were two on incentives. I meant compensation. Compensation is what you're given for participating in research. That is what we give. That's what we budget for, and I will submit to REC. The other people perceive it as an incentive, or by incentives I meant what the participants felt, the compensation. It was an incentive for them to participate in research. So the issue is when a community is vulnerable, that and I'll probably just stop here and I talk about it because my research was giving the compensation was 5,000. But the amount, the fight, the struggle that was for the money was very real. Everyone came and they were trying to fight for it. Literally, we didn't feel safe at that time. And they came far, and they came to just pick it. And it made also us wonder if research in such circumstances is ethical. Because the people are vulnerable to any, that means they can do anything to research. That means we had to force them to take through the informed consent. We need to teach you, please listen, are you understanding it? And that is a problem because it affects your autonomy to participate. And I think that is why it is an important thing that I felt it was worth researching under the ethics program.
All right. Hopefully, the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology will pick interest in this, as well as MASTREC. Thank you very much. Could we be having any comments or questions? Peter, are you seeing anything online? And any questions for Anacret? All right. I think for the presenters here, thank you very much. You can please come down and take your seats. Yes, thank you very much. So let's continue with presentations. And the next one is by Ikwara. Is Ikwara here now? Okay, we don't have that presenter. And then Zerida Nakasinde. Yes, please come. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Zerida Nakasinde, and my topic is informed consent for research in pregnancy. Under the PACO project, the PIs are Dr. Lisa and Dr. Joseph Ngonzi. Now, why study informed consent for research in pregnancy? Obtaining consent during labor may increase anxiety and stress, and then there is the misconception may be exacerbated, and there is pressure to participate that may be higher. On the other hand, research during labor is very critical, and pregnancy and research trials are needed to accelerate and advance care. Why study informed consent, particularly in labor? One, we have respect for individuals' rights to autonomy, and we need to promote adequate understanding of this critical research-related information. We also need to understand how well-informed consent processes in current practice convey research-related information, and this information will guide the future studies. There is limited research about ethical consideration during the intrapartum period. For example, we only have 22 primary research studies, none in resource-limited settings, and none in sub-Saharan Africa. When we were evaluating informed consent in our low-resource settings, the quality of informed consent was used, that tool was used, and the participants who report they received enough information, they often have a clear understanding of risks and benefits. However, these participants expect direct benefits, even in observational studies, and then they underestimate the risk. But still, we have limited research on the quality of consent, especially in low resource settings. Our goal was to leverage our ongoing prospective observational study to gather data on the informed consent process. And then we wanted to determine the factors associated with the quality of informed consent, comparing different timing during pregnancy. Some of the data we collected was trust in medical researchers, anxiety, pain, education, age, obstetric, and medical history. So we had two groups, those in the second trimester and those at the labor, and those who were in labor. So at consent and during labor for those in the second trimester, we had medical research trust scale, quality of consent, pain assessment, and anxiety. So for second trimester, we carried out, data was collected at 2 different points. Then those who were in the labor group, we still carried out those 4 tests. We used the quality of informed consent A and quality of informed consent B tools. A is objective and B is subjective. Now, under A, we have 15 items where we score them like you can see. And then for each item, they respond whether they agree, they disagree, or they are unsure. Then in B, where it was subjective, where we test whether they understood exactly what it was they were consenting to. So we have did not understand at all, understood very little, understood somewhat, understood most, and understood completely. And in both assessments, the score was between 0 to 100. And our results, these were the raw scores of the objective quality informed consent. And we can see that in objective quality informed consent, that the people in the second trimester, they had a mean score of 80. They had a mean score of 80, and those during labor had a mean score of 69. So there was a significant difference. And then for quality of informed consent B, where we had the subjective measurement, those in second trimester had a mean of 85, and those in labor had a mean of 78. At multivariate linear regression, labor versus second trimester, we saw that the factors associated were pain score at consent and secondary school or higher. Those were the factors that were associated. In both objective and subjective quality of informed consent, the mean scores at the time of consent were significantly higher in the second trimester group compared to those in the labor group. This remained true even after adjusting for medical research, for pain, anxiety, education, and other factors. Then higher education level also independently was associated with higher objective and subjective scores, as well as higher pain score. So there's a gap between what is stated in the consent form and participant understanding, both in non-labor pregnancy and in labor. But the gap, however, is greater in labor. The findings, though, do not mean that we should avoid research in pregnancy, because we still need to carry out research, because it's still critical for us to carry out research around pregnancy. And for the participants that were recruited at second trimester, we lost 39% of those. So that means that if the data we needed was at labor, we lost about 39% of our participants. So what are our next steps? To determine whether these scales perform well in different settings. Then define the subset of participants with high quality research, consent. We might also consider developing a screening tool to aid in timing of consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come and take your seat over here. And thank you for keeping time. Okay, so let's have our next presenter. Do we have, who is presenting on the behalf of Dr. Mark? Please come over. And you have 10 minutes. Or can we have another person who is ready? Could we please have Prosper Taremwa? Is Prosper here? Prosper is not here. Let's have Agaba Brenda kindly come and talk to us about developmental outcomes in young children. Peter, can you please project the one which is ready? And then you can take time to look for Dr. Henry's. Peter, we want developmental outcomes. By
Yeah, thank you everyone. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Brenda Agawa and I'm presenting the developmental outcomes in young children on behalf of the PACO project. That is the placenta, antibodies, and child outcomes. And our principal investigators are Dr. Joseph Ngonzi and Dr. Lisa Bebel. Yeah. Globally, over 200 million children do not attain their developmental milestones until they are 5 years. And these neurological developmental assessments are rarely carried out, even in children who are at a risk of suffering from neurodevelopmental delays or deficits. This is because of reasons like the tools being culturally inappropriate, expensive, hard to administer, and these tools require expertise, and these services are also pricey. And we are privileged to be among the few entities that provide these services at no cost. Currently, these tests are not done. They are only done in more developed countries and a few countries. And to address this gap, Dr. Lisa Holst, our collaborator, alongside her team from the University of British Columbia, developed a tool called the OptiDev, which is a low-cost and culturally appropriate tool that is used to identify developmental delays and deficits for children living in low-middle-income countries. And our goal is to evaluate neurological developmental delays in children born into the PACO cohort through the age of 5 years using the gold standard and new assessment tools. For example, the Bailey 3, that is a gold standard developmental tool, and it has three domains, that is the cognitive, the language, and motor. It takes between 30 to 60 minutes, and it's administered from the age of 1 to 3.5 years, that is 42 months. And the other tool is the OptiDev that Dr. Lisa and her team developed that takes between 5 to 15 minutes, and it assesses the social, emotional skills of the child. Yeah, and then the other tool is the ASQ, that is the ages and stages questionnaire. That is administered to children or babies who are 36 months and above. Yeah, and it also has the social skills, the problem-solving skills domain, the motor skills, and language. Yeah, and then the other is the Wessler Preschool Primary Scale of Intelligence, the behavior rating inventory of executive function for preschool that were recently introduced, alongside the direct observation and caregiver questionnaires. And those are our results. On the y-axis are the composite scores of the motor skills. The motor skills scores, and on the x-axis is the age of the children from 3 months to 24 months. And the purple line shows the results of the babies born to mothers who were not exposed to HIV. And the orange line shows the results of the babies who were born to mothers who were living with HIV. And as you see, those are their results. There is no big difference, really. This slide to the next one. And in the cognitive domain, the same. You see, there is no significant difference. Same as the motor, the composite scores, and the composite scores alongside the age, so there is no significant difference. And in summary, The motor, cognitive, and language scores were almost the same for all the babies born to mothers living with HIV and those who don't have HIV. However, there were noticeable differences in older babies. Who are above 18, and more assessments and evaluation of their scores and results is that they're being taken into consideration. Yeah, so the OptiDev was also determined to be feasible, acceptable, and significantly faster than the Bailey. The ASQ is also easy. It's feasible and acceptable in comparison to the Bailey. Yeah, like we said earlier, the developmental progress in both groups was almost the same, and testing has been deemed to be more difficult in younger children. And the older ones, the assessments are still being evaluated. OptiDev was also easy to implement, and we hope to evaluate more developmental outcomes in older ages to validate the OptiDev tool as we compare it to other tools like the OptiDev, BriefP, and the WIPSI. And we also hope to identify the causes of developmental delays in the PACO children, and to also help to improve the children's developmental outcomes in Uganda by establishing regular development screening and using easily administered culturally appropriate tools. Thank you.
Helped us save some minutes. Do we still have? Yes. Have you been able to? Have you seen it? Okay. Is Sanyo Naomi here? Please come. Sanyo, 10 minutes. May I have the speakers? Those of you who have presented, please come over here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Naomi Sanyu, and I'm presenting on behalf of the TALC study. TALC is tuberculosis, alcohol, and lung comorbidities, and it is led by Kekuso Ama from Boston Medical Center and Dr. Winnie Muindike as the site PI. The title for today's presentation is Drivers of Unhealthy Alcohol Use and Smoking Among People with HIV and TB in Mbarara, Uganda, Patient and Provider Perspectives. So we received regulatory approvals from BMC, from MAST, and the national body, UNCST, and those are collaborators, the Ugandan side, the BMC side, and the MRA, University, Boston School of Public Health also collaborate with us. This study has two major aims. First, we want to determine the relationship between hazardous drinking and post-TB lung disease in persons with HIV. Second, to qualitatively evaluate factors for tailoring pharmacobehavioral, alcohol and smoking interventions among people living with HIV being treated for TB. And our major recruitment site is the MCC clinic, with a few satellite clinics like the Mbarara Regional Referral, TB Unit, with Wera Health Center 4, and others, including Biharo Health Center 3. So our main focus for this talk is the second aim. And by way of reminder, that is the aim that we seek to evaluate factors for pharmacobehavioral interventions for alcohol and smoking cessation among persons living with HIV. So far, we've conducted 25 in-depth interviews, which started late last year in November, and some of these interviews included patient interviews, which were 13 in number so far, with HIV and TB, patients with HIV and TB who had an audit score of greater than or equal to 8, and that is unhealthy alcohol use. We also had interviews with 12 key informants who are healthcare workers and public health officials, including persons like the DHO, the TB focal persons, and a few more health providers. So part of the results, of the 13 patients that we interviewed, 62% of these were male. They had a mean age of 38, plus or minus 8. 77% had an audit score of greater than or equal to 15, and that is really unhealthy alcohol use. 8% were smokers, and that is simply because most people who smoke, especially HIV patients and others, feel that smoking does not impact on health. And so that's why then 12 providers were interviewed, 67 of these were male, and all the 67 had 10 years experience, over 10 years experience with HIV and TB care. 7 key themes were identified, and I'll go with you through the themes. The first theme was to do with health-related factors, which included poor health, treatment initiation, gender-based and intimate partner violence, severity of alcohol or tobacco use, and misconceptions about effects of alcohol and smoking on health. Please, if you can, follow along as I read some of these interesting quotes. For example, one prescriber said, "Of course they come when they are already malnourished. They come when they are dehydrated, and a few cannot count in percentage, but like a quarter of them, you find they have other comorbidities like cryptococcal meningitis. Some have sepsemia infections, such things, and those are really common conditions." One patient said, "I would feel weak, just like when you wake up and you feel weak. So I kept in that condition while drinking herbs. But with time, I became worse. Before they could take me to the hospital, I had chest pain. I would get fevers and cough, and I would cough very much. I thought cough was because of the water we take at the site we work on." So that even shows delays in treatment just because they think other things affecting their health. The second theme we identified was to do with psychological factors such as stress, depression, low self-esteem, and dysregulated coping mechanisms. One female provider had this to say: they, TB patients, regarding their psychological factors, get a lot of stress and drink so that they can reduce that stress. Because when we are talking to those who drink alcohol, they say that they feel overwhelmed, and that when they drink, they forget their worries. So really, there again, you see psychological problems drive them to drink. The same is seen in this 48-year-old male at one of the clinics. Interest of time, I'll not read all the quotes. The third theme that we identified was related to HIV and TB. Was related to stigma, which was very prevalent among the patients we interviewed. I would like us to see what one provider here said, that when they get to know that in someone's family there's a patient with TB, no one goes there. They say, "This cup is for this person. Get your own cup." That kind of discrimination. So finally, the patient decides to leave treatment so that he looks like others. So it is also a challenge. So stigma was a big issue. Same with that patient there who said, When they get to know they have HIV, people distance from them and they're hated because of that. The other thing we identified was the socio-economic factors, such as poverty. For instance, this young person said they couldn't stop to drink because they felt alcohol was like their mother. It kept them out of their worries. And also things like peer pressure affected them a lot. For instance, this female patient said he never smoked. I smoked that much, but I never used to smoke that much, but my friends, when they used to smoke, I had to smoke as well. When they buy a pack of marunji or cat, you have to eat as well. So I got used to it. If it is time for smoking, we all smoke. If it is time for marunji, we chew. When we are on the streets waiting for customers, we be eating some marunji and smoke and drink. So really that shows the impact of peer pressure and other factors. The fifth field we identified was to do with environmental factors. This male patient said he lived near the trading center, and that is why he would always drink and smoke and later go back home. So just access and being in an environment which has all these things made them want to drink and smoke. The other factor was to do with family and social support. I'll read one of the very interesting quotes here about family and how family can negatively impact on people's behavior as regards to drinking and smoking. The last quote there, this gentleman said, with family members, you may overpower them. You may even have some family members who smoke or drink alcohol. So such people cannot tell you to stop smoking. Maybe for alcohol, my wife told me to stop drinking alcohol, although I have refused to listen, but I have tried to reduce. I now take umukomboti, which is a local brew, although you have said, meaning the interviewer, that it's also alcohol, but I stopped taking the waraji and other spirits. So really you see again the power of social support and how negatively it can impact on our health. Finally, is this theme on TB treatment, HIV TB treatment-related factors such as medication side effects, like wanting to smoke because they want to sleep. So those are the 7 major themes that we identified, and as mentioned, the work is still in progress, so we still have several other interviews. This was just 3/4 of the work done, and so once we are done, we'll analyze and come up with more interesting recommendations. And that's the team that carries on the TALC work. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Kindly take your seat over here. Do we have that presentation, Peter?
So, good evening. I'm called Gerald Mwebembezi. And the postnatal ward. So we interviewed 16 mothers and 5 health providers. The health providers included nurses, doctors, and 1 midwife. So we conducted a thematic analysis of these audio recorded interviews to identify the benefits of preconception care, and also explore the barriers and facilitators to attending these clinics. So on the benefits of preconception care, we identified that preconception care gives us an opportunity to screen for the risk factors, especially among the women who have risks to these hypertensive disorders. And we also intervene whenever we find that there is a risk before they become pregnant. I don't know if this one is visible, but so among the barriers to attendance, we found out that most participants, both health workers and actually the postpartum mothers, were not aware of what preconception care is or if these clinics were in existence. So some would ask, do these clinics even exist? Some of the health workers. Yes. So there is a quote here which says, I never knew that you would go there and tell them that you want to get pregnant. No, that you would like to conceive. That now let's go to the hospital and they prepare us for conception. For me, I knew that as long as you have your husband, then you can conceive. So they were not aware of these preconception care services at all. Then two, we also identified that these clinics were not accessible and also sometimes not available. And where they were available in private settings, not in the government settings. So here is a quote where one participant, a mother of 3, said, people would be interested in the service, but it is not easy to know about it. Sometimes you will find that the service is at this hospital, for example, but someone coming from, let's say, Shema, it is difficult for her to come here, and sometimes you find that she has quietly moved out, not knowing that the service is available. Yes. So cultural factors, especially relying on herbal medicine to conceive and also to maintain pregnancy, and also the influence of husbands was also identified as a barrier. Then unplanned pregnancies, we also identified that some pregnancies happen, so the person finds out that they're already pregnant, so there's no time to undergo preconception care. Then the facilitators also identified that recognition of the benefits of preconception care could act as a barrier, as a facilitator to attending these clinics. Also, positive experience with the service, like the clients who undergo these services and are satisfied, when they go out, they can tell others the importance and how these services are good. A previous pregnancy experience, especially a negative one, can also act as a facilitator in the context where a woman maybe has been losing her pregnancies, would be interested in attending these preconception clinics to prepare her for pregnancy. There is a mother who said, it is a serious matter. It is helpful, really. Now, like me, I must do it. I want a baby. I also want a child. That was a 33-year-old who has no child and has had 3 miscarriages. And also, supportive social networks, especially husbands, was identified as a facilitator. And also another theme which was also identified as a facilitator was leveraging other reproductive health services, in that identifying these women in other clinics, for example, family planning, immunization clinics, and postnatal wards before discharge, would be a good time to talk about preconception care before they are discharged or before they go home. Then suggestions for improvement, they identified community sensitization via radio, local leaders, and church involvement to improve on attendance. So in conclusion, this study provides insights into the benefits of preconception care, the barriers and facilitators to attending these clinics. And also, the findings highlight a need for targeted interventions to some of the above barriers and leverage some of the facilitators to increase awareness and access to preconception clinics and preconception care services, especially focusing on hypertensive disorder prevention in our setting. So we want to thank the government of Uganda. We got a funding, like they talked about the internal grants. We were among the teams that were funded. We also thank our participants who gave us valuable information, the research assistants, and the hospital administration of Marine Referral Hospital for their support in executing this study. Thank you very much.
Right, so you can please take your seat there. I take it that we have listened to all the presentations in this session. Let's have the presenters take their seats. and then we receive some questions. All right. Please, you let us know whom you are directing the question.
Okay. Yeah, my question is directed to the Turk study. There is this neglected group of people who abuse tobacco. Those are the ones who chew. So I would request maybe the Turk study to consider that. There are so many tobacco chewers, but they are neglected and it is affecting them. Then the one of hypertensive disorders, I really also think, don't you think you can carry out a study to find out, does a hypertensive disorder reoccur to a mother, and how many times? Yeah, so try to exhaust those areas.
Any other comment, question? Professor Maling?
Yeah, thank you, all the presenters. Samuel Malinga, my names. I'm in mental health. So when you presented the OptiDev, I got curious to know if you have the questions for assessing cognition in children. That will be of interest to me because ordinarily or ideally we should be assessing cognition of all children, then we can classify. And for those where it is not okay, we put in extra efforts. So I'm interested, Patty, in what you're doing. It's a great study. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I have two questions directed to, apparently they are ladies. One goes to informed consent during pregnancy. I don't know how serious the labor pains are, but I'm just wondering, how do you consent a woman in labor? She does not understand anything apart from she wants the baby out. How do you consent her in labor? If you can demonstrate to us, we shall understand better. And then the other one, my mother told me that Vincent never drink alcohol because alcohol drinking is unhealthy. Now, your title implies that there is some level of drinking which is healthy. So the question is, what do you mean by unhealthy alcohol use? In a simple language to my grandfather in the village. And what level of drinking do you consider being healthy? Thank you.
Kindly. Let's begin with the gentleman behind there.
Thank you. My name is Dan Musime. My question goes to the first presenter on the consent form in pregnancy. Did you have a scale that you used to measure understanding, or I missed it? Because if she said, I understand, you take it like, yes, she has understood, or you had a certain way of measuring that she has understood. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, presenters. My name is Dr. Kasozi. I have two questions. One question is for the lady who presented still about consent. I just wanted to know, like in your study, did you kind of think about the mothers who are in labor as kind of a vulnerable population? Because I feel these would be populations that needed an extra kind of considerations than just administering the consent. So it's something that came to my mind. Then my other question goes to the person who presented about OptiDev assessing cognition. I just wanted to know, when you're assessing cognition for these babies, is it like a cross-sectional, or did you put or factor in mind events during delivery for this baby? For example, if this was a prolonged labor, we know that cognition would be not okay in terms of assessment then, or did you just come at the moment to see this is the baby we have, how is our cognition and how do we follow it up, or did the events prior to this assessment factor in your assessment? Thank you very much.
Any other question? Yes.
Thank you so much, the presenters. I'm Johnson, Norway. I have two questions for the first presenter, Zerida, about informed consent in pregnancy. And just like my previous speakers questioned, I'm more interested in understanding about two parameters of yours that you assessed. One was pain and anxiety. I'm wondering if you qualified and quantified the pain, and what kind of anxiety are we talking about here? And how did you actually, what parameters did you use to categorize the anxiety? And actually, how did the two, in terms of qualification and quantification, what kind of impact did it have on your the result as regard to the quality of the informed consent you took from these participants? Thank you so much.
Okay. We have a hand there.
Thank you so much. Mine is not necessarily a question, but on the preconception clinic attendance, I was just thinking that maybe if you could augment your recommendations, or if you're still conducting your study, to look at deeper into the decision-making processes surrounding preconception, because before the clinic issues come in, there are so many underlying issues at the individual level, at the family level, between the couples. There are many cultural issues that influence, that would influence their thoughts about coming to the clinic as far as preconception is concerned. So I was just thinking that you augment your recommendations with that. Thank you.
Okay, there is a hand right behind.
Thank you very much. I'm Silas. I work with UHI. So one is a question and the other is just maybe just a confirmation of what someone was saying about preconception or the relevance of it anyway. So one, you mentioned that men or the husbands are a barrier to the women attending or receiving preconception services. I thought you could elucidate more on that. And then two, I think they are very important services to our ladies because I've seen categories of patients who are at very big risk by just becoming pregnant. An example is the RHD patients. And sometimes I've seen scenarios where they get pregnant and then the kind of care they are receiving is not so good because they didn't do it under close monitoring from someone who is a cardiologist or obstetrician. So I think it's a very important subject.
Okay, another question here.
Thank you. I noted this one down, but I forgot to ask it. Again, to the level of consent. You reported that you lost 39% during labor. 39% during labor. I'm wondering if this was surprising to you.
All right. I have 2 questions, maybe 2 or 3. Zerida, you seem to be, who is it? You are Zerida. Yeah, we are putting you on the spot. I have a question. So you were looking at the quality of informed consent. And my understanding is informed consent has 3 important components: informedness, voluntariness, and comprehension. I did not hear you say anything about voluntariness, so I don't know. Maybe you can say something about that, because if it did not come out clearly in your assessment, would we then say that you actually looked at the quality of informed consent? And the other question I have for, I forget your name, ma'am, but you presented on developmental outcomes. So what is the take-home message for me? I didn't get it very well. I just want to get that message I can walk away with. And then for Mwebembezi, I have a question and a comment. So this was qualitative, and you interviewed 16 mothers and 5 health workers. And you say of those 5, you had doctors, midwives, and nurses. And I'm just wondering, how many doctors did you interview? How many midwives of those 5? How many were midwives? How many were nurses? And for the doctors whom you interviewed, were they interns? Were they residents? Were they seniors? And then the other comment is that when you were talking about the findings and then the conclusions, one of them was, it was surprising that, for example, all the health workers, the doctors did not know that these services were there. And I thought that probably you need to be careful when you are generalizing, because you are telling us you interviewed only 5. So if there were 5, I'm wondering how many doctors are in that hospital to come up with that generalization. So of those 5, how many were doctors? And what card are we talking about to come up with such a conclusion? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments and for some of the questions. So there's someone who commented about a recurrence of hypertensive disorders in pregnancy. Yes, there are some more studies which are being conducted, and we're also looking at, there's a larger study which is going on still in that population. A quantitative one. Then Cecilia commented about the decision-making issues and cultural influence. Yes, that's well noted, and we shall discuss it as a team. Yeah, and we see what you can do. Is that to do another study about that area specifically? Yes. And then someone asked about how males or husbands acted as barriers. So they acted as both barriers and facilitators, in that as barriers, most women reported that they require permission from their husbands to go to the health facilities. And also that sometimes the health facility is far, so they need transport. And some of them are financially dependent on their husbands. So if the husband says, today you are not going, or there is no transport today, you are not going. And then as facilitators, there's somewhere where I said that supportive social networks, especially from family members and husbands, was also mentioned as a facilitator. So if you turn the other way around, the husbands who allow or even escort their wives to the hospital act as a facilitator now. And then you also commented on the importance of preconception services. For this study, we are focusing on hypertensive disorders. There's another conference I was in last week, and someone presented a study about screening for sickle cell disease, and also preconception care was identified as a strategy that could be used to identify them or people at risk when it is still early. So it is in many other areas, it is not mainly focusing on hypertensive disorders pregnancy. But for this study, it was mainly about hypertensive disorders in pregnancy because that's what we are studying. And then for the professor's question, I don't remember if I said or. Yes, I'm sorry if I did, but we interviewed 3 doctors who are third-year residents, obstetrics and gynecology. We also interviewed 2 midwives who work on the high-risk obstetrics ward, and 1 nurse who also works on that ward. Yes, but I didn't say not all, but the 3 we interviewed were like, are they even in existence? Me, I've read about these things in books, something like that. So thank you for your comments, and they are going to be helpful in what we shall do next with our study findings and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much for your feedback. And my first question was about the OptiDev tool assessing the cognition of these babies. I don't remember saying this, but if I did, well, I meant to say that we use the OptiDev tool to assess the social behavior skills of the babies, and we don't use this alone. We use it alongside other tools that have very many other components that look at their motor skills, their planning skills, their working memory, and all those other things. So this is just a component or one tool that we use alongside other tools. Yeah, to come up with a conclusion that this child needs help in a particular developmental delay. Thank you. Then the other was about the events that occur during labor and other factors. Unfortunately, our assessments begin at 3 months, and we do these until 60 months, until the child is 5 years. So we do not, that information is taken, but we do not assess the baby at birth. So, but it could be a good area of interest to look at in the near future. Yeah, then the other was about a take-home message for all of us. Most of these neurodevelopmental delays and deficits are not noticed until it is too late sometimes. So it is a specialist or someone who has the expertise and knowledge that can identify a deficit or a delay in a child that's like 2 years or 1 year. For example, we have milestones that a 9 months, 6 months, 1 year, 18 months should have attained. Like at 9 months, we expect a child to call their mother, their father, and then at a certain age, we expect a baby to be walking. So there are and then sometimes it's too late to identify these delays. So it is important for us to have our babies seen in case there are signs or symptoms of delays and deficits, so that they are helped when it is too late, or rather when it's not too late. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. When there are signs of delays in our baby's development, we need to see a doctor or a therapist or anyone, and also to take a keen interest in how our babies are growing, how they are progressing. We see if our babies are active or not. Could there be a reason, or we are not giving these babies attention at home? Are we leaving our babies entirely to the maids, and we don't know what's going on in their lives? So I think we need to give our children more time when they are still young? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Zerida once again. I'll start with the last question. Participation was voluntary.
Excuse me, I'm not asking about participation. I'm talking about what was it in that consent. We are looking at the quality. The aspect of voluntariness in the consent.
Okay, thank you. So
Because you also talked about participants who are in labor. Yeah, so I'm talking about the consent, voluntariness.
So one of the questions was asking whether they understood that their participation was voluntary in the subjective quality of informed consent B. One of the questions were, do you understand that your participation is voluntary? And on top of that, somebody asked that the scale of understanding. So we had a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is they did not understand, and 5 is they understood it very well. Then there were in between scores of 2, 3, and 4, depending on how the participant felt. The gentleman, sorry, I forgot his name. He asked whether the 39% we lost, whether was it surprising. Now, we reported on that to emphasize that when we need data at labor, and then we have people consent way before they are in labor, we lose a few if we are to wait for them at labor. So if we needed their information during labor and then they consented later, for example, if we had 100 and they consented that, say, it's okay, you can take my blood, a blood sample when I'm in labor. By the time we get to the actual data collection, 39% of our participants will have not turned up, which will affect. So it was to try to emphasize the need of having people actually consent at labor, because if you consent way earlier than that, you have, there's a risk of losing some of the participants. Then there was a question on pain and anxiety. We used standardized tools, standardized scales to measure pain and anxiety. There are actually scales there. How do you consent a woman in labor? That's an interesting question, okay? Because they're in pain, there's a lot going on at labor. So there are different stages of labor. And in my conclusion, or in the next steps, there's a recommendation for further research to recommend, to find out what is the best time. If the information we need is actually information during labor, because we actually need it, we need to carry out further research to see at what point in labor, which point is most appropriate. Do we wait for this mother to finish delivering? Do we wait for them to, when they've just come in, like at what stage? So further research is still needed to point at exactly what point is most appropriate in case the data we need is exactly during labor. Thank you. I hope I've answered all the questions.
Let me just pick your thoughts.
Yes.
Do you think that there is any risk to this potential participant, because they are potential participants? At the time when you are taking them, unless if you are just reading them this document, but if it is a consent process and you are going to allow this person also time to ask you questions, and you assess their understanding, their voluntariness, do you really think that there is a certain level of risk?
Yes.
to that potential participant?
Yes, there is the risk that there is this participant might think that if I decline to participate, I may not get the help that I need. So it's imperative to explain to this participant that actually, whether you participate or you don't participate, you are going to get the service that you need.
But Zerida, what are the chances really? I mean, this person knows if I say no, perhaps I'm not going to receive. Let's just be honest.
Yes.
I want this baby to be delivered. I am in pain. I'm just at a loss. I mean, were they smiling? I'm just wondering. But anyway, that is research and those are your findings. Pass on the mic, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I think I had two questions. I think one was actually a comment from Ambrose. He asked, he said smoking was the least reported, and that is really true because very many of our participants do not think smoking impacts really much on their health as regards to adherence and seeking help. Though we realize there are different kinds of substance abuse, including smoking and tobacco use, and there are different forms of tobacco use. There could be chewing tobacco, smoking tobacco, the pipes, and we ask all these questions of our participants to see if they use any of these kinds of tobacco. The other one was from Professor Vincent. He needed to know what to tell his dad in the village about unhealthy alcohol use. Well, for us to determine that someone drinks alcohol in an unhealthy amount, we carry out, we use standardized tools like when was the last time you took an alcohol, a drink with alcohol, maybe in the last 6 months? How many drinks did you take during that time? Things like that. And when we tally those and we find that someone is above 3, above or equal to 3, especially for women, that is an unhealthy alcohol use. And any below, any above 4 is unhealthy for men. And one of the studies we did in 2017, we had findings that at least for someone to drink alcohol in healthy quantities, at least for women, they should have 1 drink, and for men, 2 drinks. That would be considered healthy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Any last question? All right, looks like we are doing very well. Thank you very much, our presenters. Let's give them another round of applause. And specifically, I want to thank every presenter this afternoon. You have managed time very well. And these are very young people, scientists, researchers. Thank you so very much that we've not had to remind anyone 1 minute, 2 minutes. So you've done us well. Thank you very much. PRO, I think I have done what I was requested to do. For this session, we missed out, I think, only one. I don't know whether we have any other. Did you see any comments that you can read out for us? Okay, all right. But I think we have come to the end of this session. I saw something like poster session, but let's hear from the PRO. Thank you. All right, yeah, so we are all invited to go and look at the posters. That is at, which floor is that, Angela? Yeah, 2nd floor. We can go there as we wait for the rest to come and join us for the closing session of this ARDC. Thank you very much. Ground floor. You said floor to ground? Yeah, second floor.
And we'll have closing remarks. The committee is still compiling. Thank you for coming to the front. The committee is still compiling the results. But as they're coming, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have just 2 volunteers from the different rooms. 1 volunteer per room to wrap up what they captured from the sessions. The Holy Spirit is about to lead me to choose. Kidepo room. How many people are in the Kidepo room? Kidepo room. Oh, people are denying. Hi. Okay, I still remember the chairpersons of the event, of the different rooms. Professor Kabachenga, you chaired a session. Yes. It was in this room. Really? Okay. One room is yet to join us. One room is yet to join us, and I'll seek guidance, but I would like to have them there because some of them are part of the, oh, I think they have come through. Is that from Sheila? That's from Sheila. That is from Sheila.
Everywhere I go, they say yes, I know you. Papa bless me more. Everywhere I go,
They were bigger than that.
Reaching me double. As I double, as you. Everywhere I go, when you're not double. Send your blessings, Papa, you. I know you're my best friend, Papa, you. Give the best things that I know.
Next is talc, tuberculosis alcohol consumption project. DJ, give them a good song.
Blessings follow me.
Yes.
Blessings follow.
Congratulations.
You're the winner, no. Winner, no. Winner, no. Yeah. You're the winner, no. Winner, no. Winner, no. Yeah. We're the ones you've been waiting for. And you're putting that in. What you did is what you do.
Next is Grail Project. Grail. Grail Project. Grail Project. Anyone from Grail? Yes. Let's clap for her. She's coming a long way. Global Health Collaborative. These are partners who have worked with us for a long time. Global Health Collaborative. And
Me, I know they don't.
Caroline, I've said you're the best dancer, Caroline. Carolina, come pick the award. These 3 people from
Cause I know some kind chick do it for the right pay. Baby, make a fire you.
DJ Fast
Machine
Cut.
gun, 60.
Holy K. Can I take it? I'll decorate it in my house. Yes! She needs someone to come with. DJ, give her a song. I need 2 people from Holy K to come.
It's Chris with the drama boy.
Yes! Ah, wait a minute, Holy K. Someone is at the back. Let's wait for her.
Catch a bullet for you. As long as you want me to. I'm in love with you. There's nothing that wouldn't do. Catch a
They're surprised and in shock.
as long as you want me to.
Pause for the photo, please. Our chief guest at the moment, all our partners, we're here because someone thought about this. We're here because someone said we must start. And we have continued even without this person. The next award goes to Professor F.I.B. Kayanja, and it will be picked by Adrian Kayanja and Stella Kayanja. Please come and receive this. You are forgiven that dancing. Please clap for him. He's taking the Father's shine. He's going to kill me after this. You thank Professor for us. He made sure that we start research. He's the founder of this university.
I'm sorry. I wanna tell my story.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Adrian, for accepting to take Professor's souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to our keynote speaker, Professor Jessica Hebarara Agaba. Can you listen to what the DJ is saying? The DJ is telling us to clap. If Dr. Medad is here, I request him to receive the award of Dr. Cosmas Mwichirize, who gave us a very good keynote speech. Dr. Medad, if he's around, thank you so much. Please clap for him as he's coming to represent STI. And ladies and gentlemen, he's the brain behind the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer. And on 20th, we are officially going to launch We are going to launch the Must Holding Company, and we are going to see a lot that they have done, whereby they are talking about intellectual property and all that. Thank you so much, Dr. Medad. And then if Dan Mirembe is still here to receive the award of Dr. Msinguzi, who has been our chief guest and donated to us. Dan, if you're there, he was introduced. If he's not, I'll do the honors to travel to Kampala and deliver it and get more money. So I request you at this moment to take your seat, our people who have taken that. I'd request part of people putting on a shirt like mine to find out what is happening in the next room, because we're going for the award ceremony. And once again, thank you for coming to this conference. And let's do it again and again. We thank the chairs of the sessions who have meticulously led this whole event. In terms of time, when we're starting, I felt like we're behind. But the next event, there's no timekeeping. I'll not be there to disturb you. That time up. Yes. We welcome you once again, and thank you those who have traveled far and wide. We thank the organizers of the PhD Symposium and the Mentors Workshop. We continue to thank our sponsors who have been there through thick and thin for us. I must say we have improved compared to last year. Deal? Is it true or not true? We have improved compared to last year, and let's give malulus to our organizers. Give them flowers, pick the roses, don't pick carnations. Roses, 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 roses. Throw wherever you see the shirt. Okay, they have received them. Okay. Has the room come? The missing room? You're the ones. Thank you for keeping time the African way. Please, let's clap for you. Yes, at this moment, I invite Professor Jessica to come and address us.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you want to do this? You're just going to stay back there. Okay, so this is the fun part. I think everybody has heard of publish or perish, but right now we get to have publish and get a prize. So for the last several years, the MGH Center for Global Health has sponsored an award through our collaborative for the best publication out of MUST in the last year. So the process, just so you know how we select the winners, we look on PubMed and search for any publication that has come out of MUST with the first author having an official affiliation. And with that alone, there were well over 100 publications, which is really impressive. So please clap for everyone who's published so widely. So that's a tall order to go through all of those publications. So we did filter based on the impact factor of the journal, but anything above a 1 was considered. So we still reviewed many, many publications, and we had at least 2 reviewers go through each publication and judge it on 3 criteria. The first was quality of writing, second is impact, and the third is scientific rigor. And with that, we will get to the winners. So we selected 3 people. The top 2 are tied for first, so I'm going to start with our second place winner. And this is for a paper entitled Effects of Maternal HIV Infection and Alcohol Use in Pregnancy on Birth Outcomes in Uganda, published in AIDS and Behavior by Julian Adong.
DJ, this is a winner. She's a champion. She needs a song.
And I will say, come on up. As many of you may know, As many of you may know, Julian is one of my mentees, and I did recuse myself, so this is completely above board. And we did have, I forgot to mention, a conflict of interest policy, so anybody who was on a publication or had mentored or collaborated with anyone on a publication was recused from the review process. So with that, Julian, congratulations.
Let's hop in my Maserati. Baby, hop in my Maserati. I said hop in my Maserati. Hop in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah, say me I love the way you bend body. Hop in my Maserati. Baby, hop in.
All right, so the next two are in no particular order. They're both first place because they got the exact same score, and really, really impressive papers. So our first of the first place winners goes for a paper entitled Regional Variation in Weight Change After Transition to Dolutegravir in Uganda and South Africa, published in AIDS by Richard Magisha.
Richard is so surprised. He might fail to get the way.
Okay, and the other first place winner goes for a publication entitled HIV Infection and 90-Day Stroke Outcomes in Uganda, a prospective observational cohort study, published in Neurology Clinical Practice by Amir Mbonde. I'm being told I should tell you how much they got. So the second place winner received $200, and the first place winners each received $400. So if it's not enough motivation to publish for your professional development, you can try for the prize next year.
Thank you so much. Who's ready to publish 3 times next year? Nuriat has scratched her hair, but that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Professor Jessica, for that. And now, at this moment, allow me to invite Professor Juliet Mwanga, our chief guest, right now. Let me talk about you. Professor Juliet Mwanga is a master alumnus. She is the director of Epicenter Uganda. She doesn't want me to waste time, that's why she's coming so fast. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Angela, for the wonderful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good evening to you. It's been such a long, long day, but a wonderful one too. So congratulations and thank you very much for staying around to make sure that we all close nicely. My job is an easy one, and really it is just to thank for everything that happened today. And I begin by thanking all of you for turning up in such large numbers from all corners of the world. Please clap for yourselves. I also would like deeply to thank, but also to congratulate the organizing committee for such a wonderful annual research dissemination conference. I think all of you have been around as long as I have, do agree with me that this has been the best ever since we started. I think we've come a long way as MAST since our first annual research dissemination conference, which was in the early 2000s by Professor Amadi, who was the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine then. And this, the fact that this is the best is evident by the quality of the results that we shared today, you know, both in volumes and also the quality of the presentations. Throughout the day, we have listened to results from excellent work. We have shared innovative solutions to challenges we face as a country and globally. We have been told that the power is in our hands to make Uganda the best by following the guidelines that the Ministry of Science and Technology laid out very clearly for today, and I don't have to repeat all those things. As MAST, we have also been assured that many MAST alumni are just seated in very high offices waiting for us to knock at their doors, share ideas, and find solutions for making MAST the greatest of all universities. I urge all of you, therefore, to take up all these ideas and evidence presented today to contribute in solving societal challenges. Let's commit to continue advancing research. And as a commitment from Barrow University of Science and Technology, and as the director of the research and graduate training told us, we have people who won this year's monies for the proposals awarded for internal research funds of 2024-2025. I now have the honor of calling out these people, and if they're around, please come around for recognition. So the first one goes to the team that wrote the proposal about PID-CAN, which is a mobile-based application to aid identification of children with cancer in primary healthcare center, a pilot study. This, the unit, of the team leader of this unit is pediatrics and child health, and they will be represented by Dr. Barnabas Atwine if he's around. If he's not any member from this team, please come up for recognition. Anyone from the Department of Pediatrics, please come up. And Julia. Yes. Yeah. The next winning proposal was a mobile app for monitoring community health service delivery, a case of southwestern Uganda. From the team leader is from the Department of Software Engineering, Gray Obo. Dr. Gray Obo. Anyone from that team? Software engineering. Anyone from software engineering? Okay. Yeah, Dean, please receive on you. Congratulations. Yeah. Is there a need for photo moment? Yes. The next winning proposal is from the Department of Chemistry, and the proposal is enhancing plastic waste thermopyrolysis using rice husk-derived nanomaterials, represented by Derek Mloji. Department of Chemistry. And last but least, ladies and gentlemen, the proposal is modeling agroclimatic suitability for major crop production in a changing climate. A case of Western Uganda from the Department of Biology, Rafai Wangalwa. Yeah. So congratulations to all these winning teams. For those who did not win this time, please don't give up. Continue trying. Next year may be your year. For all the winning teams, on Monday, the 18th of November 2024, please go to the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training to sign your contracts without fail. Our next activity is rewarding the best junior researchers, and I call upon the chair of the scientific committee to take us through the process and to give us the name of the winners. Chair, scientific committee. Oh. Angela, music interlude as we wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we're waiting for the results, someone forgot this in the Kidepo room. You can pick it. It's very expensive. I don't want to keep it. The DJ can celebrate the champion so far. Music interlude, please.
So they go open their mouth, say she bada bada. But they go window, cause they know say the girl she dey hot like fire fire. Yeah, how they take no, I be the big take no, bana bana. Hallelujah, yeah, like what they do, yeah. Hallelujah, yeah. That's so she just scatter the floor, killing the show. Hallelujah, yeah. Now only God they do, yeah.
Dignitaries present. I would like to make a statement on the launch and invite you for the Wednesday, November 20th launch of the Mast Holdings Company Limited. and the Technology and Innovation Support Center by WIPO and URSB, or Uganda Registration Services Bureau. So as MUST, we've been trying to strengthen our innovation ecosystem. And 2 years ago, we started on working out the modalities of having a MUST Holdings company, which will act as a commercial arm of the university in terms of taking our innovation out there to the market and commercialize them. So this year, July 5th, 2024, we had our very own baby, the MUST Holdings Company, registered by the Uganda Registration Services Bureau and incorporated on the July 5th of 2024. You can appreciate God for that. So what we've been working on is now the operationalization, and we are moving forward to seeing that it is fully operationalized. And on November 20th, we've organized to launch it at MUST, at Chumro campus, starting from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And we've invited the Registrar General of Uganda Registration Services Bureau to be the chief guest, so you are all invited to come and attend. So what is this holdings company? One, it is a business arm of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. It will support our innovators and inventors and researchers to commercialize their products as we build the knowledge economy that Dr. Mwichirize was talking about in the morning. In most cases, our innovations have always stayed somewhere there at prototype level, or if we make a step, we move to a minimal viable product. But this time, we want them to move to the market as mature products that can fetch money for MUST, but also fetch money for the innovators. Secondly, we have a lot of business entities for MUST, but as a university, you know, we are fashioned as a public institution, not as a business institution. So you need a business arm of the university to take out the business acumen to most of the innovative ventures and business ventures and entrepreneurship ventures that MUST can generate a pool of resources to support research, technology development, and other capacity building initiatives for the staff. So the holdings company will be in charge of some of those important facilities that MUST can take forward, like short courses and other innovative businesses that MUST can yield into. And if council allows, it can allocate a lot of resources to the holdings company in terms of assets that can move it forward. So that MUST can generate a pool of resources, because we are suffering from consolidation of government funds. When the money is collected at MUST, it is always consolidated at the central treasury. So as a result, MUST cannot get a pool of resources to tap from. So the holdings company is an answer to that, and I believe it poses a very good opportunity for the researchers and innovators, but also the business arm of the university. The holdings company will operate on a semi-autonomous kind of arrangement. It will have a different bank account, it will have a different board, it will have an independent mind to make sure that it is not marred by the conflict of interest. Lastly, is in line with the second element which I talked about, called the Technology and Innovation Support Center. As MUST, we are lucky that we have been certified by the Uganda Registration Services Bureau and the World Intellectual Property Organization to be a Technology Innovation Support Center. And that has a very big implication in building the capacity of the innovators in terms of creating, managing, and owning their intellectual property. But also, when we have our products certified or patented by both URSB and WIPO, or World Intellectual Property Organization, we are likely to see our products like Covidex not only operating on the Ugandan surface, but moving to about 157 countries globally. And that presence is very important for the university. So we are now a TISIC center, the 35th TISIC center in the country. And we are also going to launch it on the same date of November 20th, 2024. But as a pre-event to the launch, we have invited 8 members of URSB, that is Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and World Intellectual Property Organization, to come and build the capacity of the innovators that may be having their applications ready for filing. So they will come on 19th, the whole day. They will be at CITT, level 4 of the first building in the co-creation space, to come and go through a practical session of helping our innovators to apply for patents, or if they have their applications already filed, to see how we can expedite the process. So with TISIC at MUST will be a regional center to support the capacity of other innovation hubs in the region, and that creates an opportunity for researchers not only in MUST, but also beyond MUST. Thank you very much, Angel. I hope that helps to understand what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and the results are here. Is the envelope sealed? We've all seen it sealed. Yes, let's clap for our Chair Scientific Committee, Dr. Richard. No, you use the podium. Dr. Richard Chimera, who recently graduated from the University of Korea. I can't mention the name of his university, it's so hard. Yes, here you go.
Thank you, Angela. Good evening, everyone. Our chief guest, our speakers for today have given us wonderful words of wisdom. Thank you very much. The university is called Handong Global University. In Korean, university is Hakkyo, so we say Handong de Hakkyo. Yes, so my role here is simple, to announce the best young researchers. When we sat as a scientific committee, we set a guideline on how to choose the best young researchers. And among the guidelines, first of all, we looked at the abstract that was submitted. So the scientific committee reviewed that and gave some marks. Then, during the presentations today, we have also been looking at the presentation itself, looking at the problem, the solution, the methods, the results, and the discussion. And then the independent assessors have been doing that activity. So probably you couldn't notice them. They were kind of hidden. They were investigators. Then the last part we looked at is how your research connects to the theme. That is the applicability. So that's how the award of marks has been. And the idea was to have one person from each faculty. We realized that some faculties didn't have researchers that meet the criteria. The primary criteria being that you are supposed to be a master's student or a PhD student in MUST. So some faculties didn't have that. So the slot was pushed to Faculty of Medicine because of the numbers that they have compared to other faculties. But again, we would like to encourage all faculties to encourage their students to always participate in such events. In that way, we are confident that we will be able to grow research. So I'll start with the Faculty of Science, and believe me, this has been a very competitive race. The marks have been, the average has been more of points, difference in points. So the competition was stiff. So I'll start with the Faculty of Science, and the best young researcher in the Faculty of Science is Michael Biamukama. When I read your name, please come in front here. I'll request our chief guest to please stand up. Yes, let us all stand up and then. Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know. Receive your award. Who would believe that I take a photo, smile.
I used to think that happiness hadn't been.
Yes, the certificates will be given to the researchers. Then we'll move to the Faculty of Medicine. Faculty of Medicine, we have 3 people. Well, because 2 faculties didn't have nominees, so that was pushed to Faculty of Medicine. So the first I'll start with is Dr. Julian Adong. Dr. Julian Adong, as she makes her way. Oh, first enjoy your moment.
And celebrations when I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? I used to think that happiness.
Then the next is Dr. Omara Sadrak. Omara Sadrak.
Congratulations and celebrations when I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilations.
Congratulations.
I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented. But that
Can see the
was in bad
smiles.
old days
Wow.
before I met you.
And the third one from Faculty of Medicine is Dr. Katie Namaja.
And jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. I was afraid that maybe you thought you were above.
Let's take that photo.
That I was only fooling myself.
We have all those wonderful smiles.
But then tonight you said you couldn't live.
Thank you. Then we moved to Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. And our best young researcher is Vincent Lutaganjigwa. Congratulations.
When I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe that I could be happy and contented?
Sure, as you shake the hands, more science is propagating.
But that was in the bad old days before I met.
And lastly, from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, we have Albert Agaba. Albert Agaba.
I'll make a paper diagram.
Oh yes, he's making his way to the stage.
I thank you for your blessing, for your mercy, and the money. Images overloading, now we're shining in the party. I'm a shepherd, and you in the food.
And the smiles rolling. Thank you very much. We can have our seats. I congratulate all the winners. And please allow me to request everyone who was part of the scientific committee to stand up. They have done wonderful work. If you are part of the scientific committee, please at least wave such that we see you. Yes, thank you so much for the wonderful work. I'm proud to work with you and learn from you, the seniors. Thank you, Professor Kabachenga, for staying and saying, yes, your young generation, I will mentor you. I'm proud to learn from you all. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
I now request our chief guest to come and close the conference officially. Invite us for the cocktail.
Oh, I thought you would.
No, it's you, the chief guest.
Where is it?
It is on the second floor at the gazebo.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again. And I now have the honor to declare the 19th Annual Research Dissemination Conference closed. And Angela has said that I invite you all for a cocktail at the gazebo, and that you stay and dance till you feel like. Otherwise, the conference is over. Thank you very much.
I did tell you to say that I said. You're the one supposed to. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the second floor and enjoy the evening.